Yes, Greta, how are you?
Good, thank you. How are you?
I'm very good, I'm very good. You look stunning, Greta.
Thank you.
There we go, there we go, there we go. The time right now is 15 minutes right after 1 o'clock. And of course, we are going to make sure that you get the best today. You know, this is the first hour of the show. And during the first hour of the show, the first segment, it is now us checking on you now. That is hashtag vibe check. And vibe check, this is where we are checking, trying to find out what are you doing today or what are your plans for today. Maybe if you don't have anything, tell us what is it that you were doing this past week or during the week. And what after that, of course, we are going to be giving you from us to you. And on from us to you, later on, you are also going to be getting Pulse Sports with Lou. You know, yep, that's right. He is going to be giving you everything that has to do with the sports. And right after that, we will be getting into all things that are into the second hour, of course. That's when we are going to be getting into, you know, aesthetics. And right after giving you the aesthetics, we are going to be closing off with quiz for the champion reveal. And if you really do not know what quiz for the champion is, do not hesitate or do not be scared. Relax. We are available on all social media platforms. CTFM 105.8. That is us on Facebook. It is at CTFM 105.8 without the dot. That is us now on Twitter. And of course, you can also put us on 0649613218. That's literally where you can talk to me directly. For now, we are going to be giving you Give Me Love by Heavy K featuring Tressa. And we are going to be getting into great, much more things to make sure that
discussed yesterday sums it up beautifully how I feel. I think as a member of Congress, it is my obligation. I was elected to participate. Doesn't mean I agree with people. In fact, I've seen a lot of stuff on the House floor, Betty, you can imagine, with which I not just disagree, I find appalling, including listening to people speak on the House floor. So I'm thinking about it. I'm deeply opposed to his leadership. I also believe it's a responsibility to show up and listen.
How many kilometers?
3.5.
3.
Police reported ahead.
mà ship anh vâng.
Someone, I think that is also problematic. I also know that, let's stop politics for a second. Mike Johnson has a big win on his hands. If half the Democratic caucus decides not to show up to Netanyahu's speech, mark my words, that will be accretive to Donald Trump. So I'm weighing all these things right now. Now, at the end of the day, I'll make a decision.
I'm not sure the American public are fans of Netanyahu. I don't think it'll matter. I think they'll appreciate people taking a principled stand.
Independent voters.
I don't think there's a big pro-Netanyahu movement amongst independent voters.
But there's a big pro-Israel.
So let's talk about that. What's going on? I want to talk about deaths in Gaza from all the weaponry that we have given to them and continue to give to an ungrateful Netanyahu. The other week, we saw 4 Israeli hostages rescued from inside of Gaza by an Israeli military and police operation, returned to their families. A very good thing. President Biden, Secretary of State Blinken, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, all reacted with praise, with celebration. None of them, in their initial responses, had a single word to say about the over 200 Palestinians reportedly killed, over 700 injured in that rescue operation, many of them innocent women and children. A lot of people have been asking this for the last 8-9 months. I'm sure you hear in your constituency. Do Palestinian lives just not matter to the modern Democratic Party? Let me acknowledge the 38,000 human beings killed in Gaza, 1,200 Israelis, and particularly the innocents. To me, it's all the same. They're human beings. I'm appalled and disgusted. First of all, there are Americans being held hostage. Let me change the lens for a moment. I believe, if anything, it has been the United States and the Biden administration should have been the foremost responsibility to extract our hostages, our nationals. I think there are 6 or 7 still, we don't know even that they're alive. So the question is, would we undertake an effort to extract American hostages 2, 3, 4, 7 if we knew 200 civilians would be killed in the process? Boy, that's a tough. That's a tough question. That's a tough question. If you're the leader of a country, absolutely. You killed 200 people to save 6.
Now, you look at our. First of all, I'm the son of I'm a Gold Star son. I lost my dad in Vietnam. One of the most despicable, I think, wars that the United States has ever prosecuted. We've killed hundreds of thousands of innocent people. We continue to. Look at what we did in Japan to end the war. These are philosophical questions that most Americans would never want to be faced with.
But you're a member of Congress, right? You wanted to be president.
Yes.
So let me ask you a straight up question.
Let me answer your question. I believe, as the President of the United States, his or her obligation should always be the safety and security of Americans first. It does not mean dismissing other humanity. But in the case of hostages, when it comes to this, and we've tried this before, we've seen carnage. The fact of the matter is, I think we should extract. And by the way, if that means there are civilian deaths as a result, unfortunately, that's, I think, the cost.
Well, the cost implies there's no other choice. We, of course, know that there was another way to get the hostages out. Hold on. There's another way to get the hostages out. We got over 100 hostages out in a deal in November. You could have got Benjamin Netanyahu blocking another deal. But just I want to be very specific. In your view, is killing 274 Palestinians, including many children, an acceptable price to pay for the freedom of 4 Israelis?
Like I said, I don't. Listen, you want a clear answer? Or you want to make this black?
Is it an acceptable price to pay?
It's an unacceptable price, but I think it's a price that has to be paid.
Wow. Okay, so how many Palestinians would it be acceptable to kill in order to get back? So what's the upper limit?
When we start talking about human lives, every single one life is too many. And let me just.
You just said 274 is a price that has to be paid. I'm saying if it was 1,000, would you pay that?
Because in my estimation, if we look at questions like this in a vacuum, of course, we're going to come up with different answers than in the context of the entire challenge. Because if we are increasingly seeing the United States of America in particular as unwilling to sometimes do what's necessary to demonstrate some strength and
you just said a moment ago we have a history of killing thousands of innocent people.
Do you really believe that some Somali people living there in Minneapolis could get away with defrauding the state for, say, $9-10 billion a year?
No. My answer would be no. I don't think they could be doing that without help from the deep state.
Of course not. Washington, D.C. is totally involved in this and not only allowed it to happen, but made it happen. So that's because Israel recently recognized Somaliland, part of Somalia, as a independent state. Why would Israel do so? Well, they need a place to deport the Palestinians to. But you don't just get a piece of land where you can deport 2 million people to. You have to pay for it. And that's what this is. The U.S. is the greatest ally of Israel. Remember, the United States citizens, middle-class people, taxpayers, are going to pay for that. This whole scam, the Somali care system scam, whatever, to me looks like an annual rental agreement where the U.S. taxpayer is now forced to pay $10 billion a year to the Somali elites, to Al-Shabaab, the terrorist organization, and so on, in exchange for a piece of land where Israel can then deport the Palestinians to. Your whole government is corrupt, okay? And this is just Somalia. Imagine what the USA is doing with India. Imagine how much money you're bleeding to India.
So that comes from this guy. Johannes M. Cohenbrett, and he wrote a Substack called "Is the FBI Investigating or Organizing the Somali Fraud?" Well, here's what he said. "I find it hard to believe that Somalia could pull this off on their own where no one else could. How come Mexicans or Puerto Ricans never could do this? Are Somalis with their average IQ below 70 such law-tech geniuses that only they could pull off such a massive fraud and apparently get away with it fairly undetected ever since Obama sent Somalis to Minnesota in 2014? At the same time, as I said, Israel recently became the first country worldwide to recognize Somaliland, a breakaway region of the northwest of Somalia, as a sovereign nation. This raised my suspicion. Why would Israel care to recognize some breakaway region as a sovereign nation? Well, for starters, Somaliland is close to the Gulf of Aden, the entry point into the Red Sea, which leads up to the Suez Canal. This gulf is one of the crucial linchpins supplying the West with international trade coming out of India and China overseas. Apparently funded by the United Arab Emirates, Israel is already building military bases in Somaliland. The U.S. has bases in neighboring Djibouti. The location near the Gulf of Aden appears only extra crucial vis-a-vis the incessant attacks coming out of Yemen across the Gulf, where the Houthi rebels have been using Iranian or even Chinese-backed drone systems to attack the U.S. Navy's, Israel's, and NATO's vessels. The cheap rebel drones have been wreaking a ton of havoc and have also made the West lose some face, since its super advanced systems are no match against the primitive sticks and stones being thrown at it. But one does not simply acquire a piece of land the size of a country, not without war or without bribery. To secure Somaliland in the ever-complexifying geopolitical struggle for Western dominance, Israel and its greatest ally, the USA, if not Britain, would have to have offered the Somali elites something of value. And that's how I made the connection to the Somali fraud cases in Minnesota. Wait, did Obama really send Somalis to Minnesota in 2014? Yes, he did. The problem was neither the USA nor Israel could be seen bribing Somali elites to give up Somaliland. So I think the whole migration of people to Minnesota served as a payment scheme, perhaps a rental scheme. The people who would later commit massive fraud against U.S. authorities were being shipped in under Obama, but this doesn't let Trump off the hook. Trump, the narcissist, is more concerned about winning his Nobel Peace Prize, which Israel's Netanyahu personally promised him to get. Trump seems controlled by Israeli interests, you'd think. What I find hilarious, though, is that the U.S. ruling circles chose to do a fraud scheme to the benefit of terrorist organizations such as Al-Shabaab in Somalia. Why didn't they just give the Somali leaders some theme parks, landmarks, or skyscrapers? I guess that too much of U.S. real estate has already been promised to Arabs, Russians, and Chinese investors. They're running out of options to bribe foreign partners unless they start taking the money directly out of the social services coffers. Yes, in short, I believe the Somalis that Obama brought in were henchmen. And I believe these henchmen were given free rein by both Washington, D.C. and the FBI to commit fraud. And no, I don't think the FBI Director Kash Patel is going to do anything about it, because the FBI isn't investigating the fraud. The FBI is organizing it. So that's that guy's theory. Now, I can't vouch for the veracity of his theory or any of these theories. But it certainly is interesting. There's definitely a connection between the fraud of Somalian people in Minnesota with Israel recognizing Somaliland and wanting to get the Palestinians to Somalia. There's definitely a connection. There's definitely a connection. Okay, so I mean, everybody has seen Nick Shirley's reporting on the unbelievable fraud happening through daycare centers and Somalians in Minnesota. It's got over 100 million views on his report, and he's been boosted by everybody. And James Lee is here to tell you there's another side to this story about Nick Shirley, and let's listen.
So it turns out one of the most viral stories of 2025 about the Somali daycare fraud in Minnesota ends up being a complete psyop. Because evidently, Israeli reporters are now asserting that Mossad and Israeli intelligence U.S. authorities were responsible for exposing the Somalian-ran Minnesota fraud operations.
How is Israeli Mossad related to the recent corruption that was discovered in Minnesota? You're not going to believe it, but there actually is a substantial connection, and it runs through the Israeli Prime Minister's office. Now, start from the end. Israel just established relationships with Somaliland, which is not Somalia.
And what does that mean? Let's take a listen.
Does anyone know what Somaliland is, really? Said U.S. President Donald Trump after Israel became the first country in the world to recognize the self-proclaimed republic in Eastern Africa. Somaliland is a small territory in the Horn of Africa that broke off from Somalia in 1991. So why does Somaliland even matter? It sits in the Gulf of Aden, one of the world's most important shipports. There's also a Gaza-related angle. Earlier this year, it was reported that the U.S. and Israel have explored Somaliland as a potential destination for displaced Palestinians from Gaza.
And bingo, that is why we've been hearing so much about Somalian fraud in Minnesota. Because it had already been reported weeks before by the U.S. attorney that fraud in Minnesota exceeded $9 billion. $9 billion, that's a whole lot of fraud compared to, what was it? Nick Shirley talked about $110 million, $9 billion. We're talking about a small fraction, but focusing specifically on the Somali community. And then you have the amplification of this story, which isn't necessarily organic, right? You have people like Elon Musk, Vice President J.D. Vance, Attorney General Pam Bondi, all amplifying this story. I'm not discounting that the fraud exists within the Somali community, but is the focus, is the amplification making us feel a certain way, or trying to make us feel a certain way about the Somali community? That's the question. Now, according to Somali intelligence, Somaliland has accepted 3 Israeli conditions in exchange for Israeli recognition. One is the resettlement of Palestinians. 2, the establishment of an Israeli military base on the coast of the Gulf of Aden. And Somaliland joining the Abraham Accords. Well, isn't that a lovely and convenient development for the state of Israel that they get somewhere to dump the Palestinians? They also gained a critical and strategic military base, and they create an ally in the region that did not exist before. So maybe they get a resident independent journalist who maybe isn't so independent if you read what this story is all about.
Well,
to do a story that says Somalians bad.
well, it certainly seems fishy. And James is on it, and as we reported in the other video, that the Somaliland is real. All those things are really happening. And I think if you take the Nick Shirley story at face value, you are doing exactly what they want you to do. That, but again, this story was reported, has been reported several times about this daycare scandal. It was reported as far back as 2013. But it was also reported
to the extent that it pertains to the culture of ANC politicians. We know that it has been difficult to win an election without money in the ANC. Whether they are talking about CR17 or CR22 and before.
Yeah.
One of the things we can assume is that some of the internal ANC campaigns have been run through blood money. So, in my thinking, I am not excluding the possibility, for instance, that some of the money that was used to run the CR17 campaign was blood money. I am not excluding the possibility that the CR17 campaign was not the first internal ANC campaign that was run through blood money. I'm also not assuming that the CR17 campaign was the last internal ANC campaign that was run through blood money. So, if I'm correct, there are aspects of what we know as the ANC that exist because of blood money. The link between organized crime and internal ANC campaigns.
I'm just thinking about this structure question that you brought up about how all of this could work, and when you're talking about the cartel or a cartel controlling syndicates that could be disassociated from each other, I'm thinking now that there is an organized crime faction inside the ANC that it's at least plausible at the moment that this faction doesn't obviously account to the ANC, let alone the people.
Yes.
It accounts to
Yes.
the cartel.
Yes.
Via syndicates. And this faction controls corruption within the government at local, provincial, and national level. But that then flows back to the cartel, potentially. In fact, there may be many organized crime syndicates in the ANC that serve different cartels. And this would be fanciful if we didn't know that many of the members who have already been implicated have come out with their ANC colors nailed to the mast. We know that they are members of the ANC, and we know that there is huge crime in the state linked to how the ANC governs. So there must be some kind of link, line, dotted or otherwise, between the cartel, this particular cartel, and people in the ANC who have infiltrated for the very aim of protecting this organized crime endeavor.
Organized crime is not new to the ANC. Organized crime, in different ways, is introduced to the ANC environment before 1994. I will give 2 examples. The story is told by members of the older generations in the ANC. Let's call them the 1942 generation.
Sure.
The story is told by some of them that in places like Alexandra, they had a problem. It was difficult for the ANC to organize, especially when it came to holding meetings in the evenings, because people were afraid of the gangsters. A leader of the ANC, according to the story, recommends that they recruit the gangsters to the ANC. Now, I will not mention the names of the gangsters, except to say some of them become senior leaders in the ANC. And the question you must ask is whether, upon becoming members of the ANC, or upon becoming senior members of the ANC, do they stop their criminal activities? I will leave that to the audience to decide. But we do know that some of them in exile engage in activities that can only be called criminal. We do know, for instance, that in places like Zambia, some of the comrades engage in organized crime. We also do know, and when I say we do know, I mean we've been told stories.
And just a reminder that
because if I keep on saying we do know, Madanga will call me.
Maybe you should. We'll get the real truth. But just also for the audience, you're not speculating here. You're actually a member of the underground and MK, so it's not as if you're just...
Well, if you put it that way, then let me say this. We do know that in some cases, for transport, those members who relied on organized crime use the vehicles of the United Nations sometimes. We do know this. So organized crime, in different ways, is not new to the ANC. All you see after 1994 is an upgrade in the nature of the activities that are linked to organized crime. You have changes in scale, for instance. So the amounts of money involved are much larger. These comrades have access to state power, and through state power and the access to state power, tap into organized crime. And some of the organized crime is an extension of what started during the liberation struggle. I spoke to you about Brasox.
Yes, yeah.
Now, remember what has happened. Brasox and his contemporaries are now in their 70s and 80s. They are no longer the key figures in organized crime. New figures have risen to the top. In other words, there's been a generational shift from the time of Brasox and his contemporaries to the present. But the phenomenon of a Brasox has remained, to the extent that some of the figures in criminal organizations are young enough to emerge in this conjuncture as the key figures, but old enough to have had links with people in the ANC during the liberation struggle. So the Brasox phenomenon continues to this day. I have no doubt that when you are watching Madanga and you hear some of the names that were dropped during testimony, I have no doubt that one of them or some of them is or are the Brasox of today. But also, the generational shift means something else. Tensions at an intergenerational level have evolved. I'll give an example. In South America, there comes a time when there are serious tensions between the older generation in the drug cartels and the younger generation. And there's an irony here, by the way. J. Edgar Hoover, the former head of the FBI. Remember, one of his strategies is to flood, let's say, African American areas with drugs. And lessons that I learned from that is that you can undermine other countries in the same way. So you flood Mexico, you flood several countries in South and Latin America with drugs. And of course, this is one of the ways in which drug cartels get a foothold in South America. During this period, you have the older generation who say, drugs are destroying our communities. We are not going to be involved in drug trafficking. That does happen. You have the younger generation who realize that drug trafficking is more lucrative than all of their other operations. And what they want is to upscale their drug trafficking operations. And that brings generational tensions between the two generations. And that brings about a battle, a succession battle. So the leaders who come from the older generation must be removed and replaced by the younger generation who understand that drugs are more lucrative than the other activities they may have been engaged in. What I'm trying to say is that to the extent that I keep on hearing people talking about Colombia and so on, one of the things we must learn about those drug cartels is that they have been evolving. Even the structures have been changing. So I look at Kumalo again in his organogram.
Yeah.
There is a time when, let's say, when you're analyzing drug cartels in Colombia, you could assume that would be the structure in all cases. That's no longer the case. That has been changing. They now rely on a hybrid of structures. And that is why I was talking about concentric circles, using cells, and so on.
Yeah.
There's been that structural evolution when it comes to how the drug cartels in South America are structured. And the lesson for me is that we must not assume that our own drug cartels have been static. So when I look at the Big Five is a product of an evolutionary process. It represents where drug cartels are today. So the drug cartel of the 70s looked different from today's drug cartel. So even here, if you want to stay a step ahead of the drug cartels, you must start thinking of the possibility that they are beginning themselves, as we saw in Colombia, to experiment with a hybrid model of structuring themselves.
Can we turn to the political significance of all of this, Gogo? Because as all of these revelations unfold and as these commissions deliver these shocking truths to South Africa, slowly but surely it's going to have a political impact. We may not know exactly what the shape of that political impact is yet, but it is going to have a political impact. Up to now, South Africa, over the last 10 years, has been led by the Ramaphosa ANC. Cyril Ramaphosa has been ensconced at the top of South Africa's political structure. What do you think is the impact on him as we sit, and his leadership of the ANC, in the context that we have also heard murmurings that he was considering resigning, but he has sent people out now to challenge that, to suggest that there's no chance that he's resigning after the G20. And so it looks as if we've gone through another process of him, or of speculation over his resignation, and then a decision being taken that no, he's going to stay on, at least for now. Yes, so what do you make of his position in the ANC and where things are headed with these revelations?
So your grandchildren and great-grandchildren will be regaled by stories of how a senior police officer, Shamas Mkwanas, brought down the government. My own view is this. What Mkwanas is setting train on the 6th of July means what we are witnessing is the beginning of the end for the ANC. It also means we must not preclude a scenario in which 6th of July ends with the collapse of our government. So the ANC has been having its last supper.
Yeah.
So people many of whom are religious, keep on talking about the end days. For me, Mkwanazi is but one sign amongst many signs of the time. And what we're witnessing are the end days for the ANC. Now, when it comes to the president, you're right. If rumors are anything to go by, twice he tried to tender his resignation after Pala Pala. And twice a member of the top 6, now top 7, prevailed on him, persuaded on him not to resign. Now, my assumption is that this member who prevails on the president not to resign thinks he knows what the president is afraid of. In my view, he's wrong. He prevails on him because he doesn't know what the president is afraid of. In other words, there's a possibility that Pala Pala is the tip of the iceberg. And it is on this basis, if the rumor is close to the truth, it is on this basis that twice he tenders his resignation, and this member of the top 6, top 7 stops him. But of course, there's another reason why this member may have stopped him. He may have been acting in his own interests. Because remember, the ascendance of a member of the ANC to high office is not the ascendance of an individual.
Yeah.
It is the ascendance of a particular set of interests. So when you look at battles within the ANC, leadership battles, these are not battles between individuals. These are battles between particular sets of interests. So, to some extent, therefore, to the extent that over the past few weeks there have been these rumors that after the G20, the president will resign, we must not look at that in terms of the political fate of an individual called Cyril Ramaphosa. Because there is an extent to which it is not his decision. It's not his choice whether he can step down or not. If I'm correct when I say leadership battles are between particular sets of interests, not between individuals. So the individuals who engage in leadership battle are simply representatives of particular sets of interests.
What's your current thinking on how long the president does survive?
Well, if by 2029 he is still the president, we should be ready for the ascendance of a woman as the Pope of the Catholic Church.
Wow. And of course, this Pala Pala judgment is still coming. It's still coming, and the length of time, we're coming up to a year now. The EFF is even marching to the Concord on the 28th, and it's really sad in my view that the Concord has taken this long. I firmly believe if wait, let me take a step back. I don't think the Concord is going to be brave enough to do what in my view it legally and politically should do, which is, and I mean political in a broad sense, which is say that what Parliament did was contrary to the principle of accountability, and they must go back and redo that vote, or start from scratch, or remedy the situation in some way. I just don't think they have the bravery to do it with this president. But if they do, I think that could mark a very quick end to this presidency.
Well, if they do, it means a female pope is in the offing.
Indeed.
I've already said on this platform that Cyril Ramaphosa is the most powerful ANC president since '94. In fact, in my view, since 1991, the ANC has not had a more powerful president than Cyril Ramaphosa. Well, there's something that he seems to understand that was not understood by some of his predecessors. There is no point in being in charge of the state if you are not in charge of the party. Ramaphosa seems to have understood that he must be in charge of both the ANC and the state. When it comes to his control over the ANC, it is my view that Ramaphosa has been the most powerful since 1991. Now, if we go back to the cartels, one of the reasons why here, with the cartels facing this scrutiny and therefore going through their own crisis, because of the scrutiny they're facing. Remember, the ANC was going to be in power until Jesus Christ comes back, which meant that the link between organized crime and politicians in the ANC was going to be with us until the second coming. Last year, that changed.
Yeah.
Which means, to the extent that these criminal organizations must capture politicians, it is no longer enough to capture ANC politicians who have lost power because of last year's elections. I can tell you now, they are busy thinking about how are we going to capture politicians outside the ANC. Because in the end, whatever form future coalition governments take, the cartels must still be able to capture the political class.
We are at the stage where we either die or we rise. We voted for them in Johannesburg. That was in 2020, after 2016. And what happened? No, they voted for us too. And what happened when they were trying to control us? We left because you see, my brother, my father, and my grandfather, they said Yabas, Yabas. You see me? I can never say Yabas.
Never say that. So,
and the people that I lead,
they
can't say Khimane.
It appears to me that Helen Zille doesn't trust the PA because she feels you guys can always pick up and leave when you don't get what you want. Because
like whatever you want.
In the city of Johannesburg, for instance, there was a time you wanted a particular portfolio for your members, one of your members or one of your leaders to be an MMC of one of the portfolios. When they didn't give you that, you packed up and you joined the ANC.
Yes. Because I'm not here to be liked by Helen Zille. My Dexter, my partner loves me. Why would I want her to love me? I'm not here to be loved by her. I'm not those greats that need white love. Let's be clear on that one. I will never ask her permission. I'm not there for her satisfaction. I am being invited by the Secretary General of the African Balula. Invited us. I am there. He is the principal of this agreement by virtue of the number of votes that they got. Now she wants to be... Imagine you come to a man's house, you say, no, before his wife was make food for him, you must first be consulted. That's what she's saying in general.
What would you like if, because you're saying you're going to go around and criticize President Cyril Ramaphosa if he doesn't, give you any ministry, as long as you get power somewhere. Somewhere is the legislature. So if you don't get a ministry, what would satisfy you as a Patriotic Alliance as being consulted and being taken seriously by this government of national unity? Would you like a committee chair in Parliament?
No, I'm not there for committee chair. My issue is that if they don't feel they need me, where I can add value,
which is in the ministry.
I believe, people have this, particularly we black South Africans, have this problem of ridiculing people when they put up their hands. Making fun of people, but the hands are down. You mustn't laugh at the person. I am saying here, I grew up in the gangs. I went to jail at a young age. I spent my whole youth in jail. I led the prison gangs, I led the gangs on the outside. They came out, I transformed my life. I understand how criminals think. I became a very successful businessman in my life. So I'm saying that I think I'm best equipped to fight crime. I understand the mafias. I understand the gangs. I'm not going to go read. If I get appointed, let's say the president appoints me Monday morning, I already know where the first place I'm going to go to, which is the airport. Because it's a crime scene. Tambo is a crime scene. You need to rearrange the whole airport. Because it's a crime scene. You have one little dog sniffing. There are 20,000 people passing a day. That dog can only sufficiently sniff 20 people. There's so many ideas that I have that I know I can fight crime. And I want to offer that to my country. And if the president feels I'm not the right person for that job, or he is a better person, I must not be angry. But I have the right to say, no, we're going to set this one out. Because we also don't want what Helen Zille is doing with the ANC now to happen to us. Voters are looking at us. And she has just detailed paying the ANC big time. That they must report to. Imagine people go past the day and vote ANC to hear a week thereafter that the very ANC they voted for can't move. What I'm speaking to, it is racism, it is this white supremacist attitude that she has. She has no business. She's not only embarrassing Cyril Ramaphosa, President Cyril Ramaphosa, she's also embarrassing her own president. In the PA, imagine if
Why don't the negotiators go and talk this nonsense in the PA? The negotiator will be gone. So she might be gone.
If the president asked you, motivate why I must appoint you the Home Affairs Minister, what would you explain to us now what you would do if you are police ministry and where you would focus on? What fundamental changes would you bring about if you are appointed Home Affairs Minister?
Brother, you know, the issue that we don't want to accept in this country is that when we say Abahambe, we're not just talking about deportation. We're talking about job creation. When we have, let's say, people say there's 12 million illegal settlers, and let's just be more reasonable for the sake of this argument. Let's say there's 6 million. Of that 6 million, 2 million are criminals that I can tell you. 2 million are still looking for a job. 2 million they got a job at the moment in the restaurant, for the houses, and the dining departments. Once you let's deport them, you will really solve 3 problems. Problem number 1, there's 2 million jobs. That's in the market. That's on the market. Secondly, you immediately make sure that 2 million criminals are out. Thirdly, these people, load shedding, using the load on the grid. Now the grid does not even provide many people. I can go further. Hospital lines will get shorter. These people apply for RDP houses. They apply for RAF, the road accident fund.
The Constitution allows for it.
No, but the Constitution doesn't allow for it, my brother.
That's what the RAF is trying to change, right?
The Constitution doesn't allow for a criminal to claim from them that he didn't here. The Constitution does not recognize you unless you claim with asylum. Yeah. And the asylum, you can't jump from Nigeria. As the law of seeking asylum is very clear. You go to your neighboring country. Are we the neighboring country of Nigeria?
Yeah. I mean, you make a good point. I'm just saying that the RAF president, in fact, is trying to fight it in the Constitutional Court now because what the legislation says actually allows that any foreigner here who is in an accident in South Africa can actually apply for RAF. And the CU is trying to fight that because he feels that there are people that may be legal that may benefit.
Part of the reason why monetization on TikTok is taking a lot of time, people think that TikTok is the one that's holding it back. It's actually our very own government and the Competition Commission that is actually, because it needs to be legislated.
Oh yes.
You get what I'm saying? Remember, the money that creators are making on this platform, that money is supposed to be taxed. And a lot of these content creators are not paying tax, then you forget. Just because the government is not
They're not?
Your YouTubers should be paying tax on this money.
I mean,
you get what I'm saying? So the government should and could actually be going after these creators and saying, hey, you're making money from YouTube, this is our cut, where is it? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they're not, for whatever reason, or maybe they will at some point, right? So TikTok is trying to avoid that by making sure that they are getting into the right contractual and legal what with the government of South Africa, and that's what sometimes is delayed. That's information that I didn't know, that I had to ask. Okay, fine, what's going on? Because everybody's gonna be asking me about this. Why is this not happening in Africa as it is happening elsewhere? And you find that monetization, for instance, does not only not happen in South Africa. There are other territories of South Africa that it's not happening simply because of the framework that is there that is not allowing it to happen as quickly as it can. But also, let's be honest, these companies take advantage of that. You understand?
Yeah.
Like the tariff thing with the Chinese.
Yeah.
Are we waiving the tariffs for Africa? No, they know they're gonna benefit. It's just an enticement.
Hey, that thing, man. You heard that thing about the tariffs.
Yeah.
So China, for all African countries has dropped tariffs.
Okay.
So African countries can export, which we don't do, by the way.
Exactly.
To China for free of charge. And my theory is, with the wars happening with America, the tariff wars, America is a huge market for everyone, because they consume, you know what I mean? A lot. As much as they produce too.
Yeah.
But now China is sitting here with these massive tariffs and can't export all these things to America, all these cars, the clothing, the Sheins and Temus of this world.
Yeah.
And now they've got all this backlog in stock that they'll dump on Africa. Because truth is, we don't send shit to China. What do we export to China?
Exactly. So what's going to be that relationship? I don't mind that.
And also they're baiting us, bro. They're baiting us because they're saying, we are doing this. What are you going to do for us?
Yeah, so
it's supposed to be reciprocal. And once we're saying, okay, fine, we're also going to reciprocate that by not putting on tariffs in China. what then happens? China.
And already our industry is
Sorry, you asked me about your story. So you got carried away. Yeah, so beautiful story. Dallas has put out a video right now. Okay, I'm talking about man. Dallas, he's back. He's doing very well. He's on his recovery, and he put out a video of him talking about how he's grateful that God allowed him to survive the stroke, and he's gonna be sharing the journey with South Africa Sound. Me personally, my question on that is, I've seen that whenever celebrities become the face of something, much is expected of them. Much beyond what they can usually deliver. Okay, what I'm saying. So my question to you, gentlemen, is, do you feel that him becoming the face of this campaign that it's not an official campaign per se, right?
Face of what? Face of stroke.
Let's just put it. Face of face off. I fucked up. Now I'm back doing well. I'm gonna be a good boy.
He had a stroke. So like I said, hey,
okay, let me qualify that. Let me qualify that a little bit, right? So we all know that when that happened to him, and people started talking about, he was to lifestyle led to this, right? So here's what my worry is. Okay, let me just put it this way. Here's what my worry is, right? That I'm very happy that he's trying to help people by showing people his recovery, and that it can happen to you. That the grace of God, the grace of God can actually, help you heal and all of that, right? But my concept was so now if he gets into this, people are gonna get some fine. Every time now they see him at a club after this, like no, but not when like a look. See, but
no, he can't.
Yeah, he was taking shots like from there. So the face
but he can't.
Yeah, the face off was there. I just phrased it wrong.
Yes. Yeah. No. Remember, guys, you must take the good with the bad.
Yeah.
If you make yourself the face or
survivor
of survival, of surviving a stroke.
Yes.
And we sort of know your lifestyle before.
Yeah.
Because lifestyle decisions can lead up to a stroke.
Yeah.
I don't know what he did. I know he drank and sold alcohol. I mean, it boom boom. Remember, it boom. Yeah.
What the hell is it boom?
Bamboo. Bamboo. He was like the one selling in South Africa or something like that. He's got to deal with them. And you're all white parties, and it's not only clothes that were white and consumed.
Extremely white parties.
Allegedly, very white parties. Sniff. Alright, so when you now make yourself the face of walking away from that lifestyle, you can't be seen to dabble in it.
Yeah.
Who allowed, said he one time almost did this and I just couldn't. Yeah. He once flushed all the alcohol he had down the drain and down the toilet and turned to God. We can't see him now. We can't see him there at Live. You know what I mean? Like consuming all these things. So I feel like what's Mufasa Salamina Musese? Hauser, yeah, he's the diabetes guy, you know what I mean? We can't see him, playing 50 cents candy shop or something like that. But you know what I mean? No. But legit, we can't see him, for example, that's why I'm very careful with my things.
Yes.
I'm very, very careful with my things and having to make yourself the champion of a particular cause, because it might limit you in certain bags, it might limit you in certain activities that you probably are okay with. So if he's chosen that, then of course we can't see him drinking. Like, he's irresponsible.
Now my thing is with that, I think it depends on the angle he takes. Is he going to take the angle of, listen guys, I was living this lifestyle and this is what contributed to me having a stroke? Or is he like, listen, honestly, that is not what attributed to it. Yes, I was going out, yes, I was drinking, yes, I was hosting parties, but that's not what attributed to it. It's a genetic thing, or it's a let's wait and see what he has got, what his narrative is going to be, because literally all he says,
are you gonna believe him if he says that genetically I was predisposed to getting a stroke? When we know the lifestyle he lived. It's like if I got a stroke today, everybody will say, wow, shit, he's obese, he's been drinking, we see him on the podcast, you know what I mean? You almost can't even say, I had a predisposition of stroke.
I think it's in the way that he's going to tell it. Honestly, it's literally in the way that he's going to tell it. How honest is he going to be with us? Because now if he says, no, actually, this is something that I grew up with, it started off as whatnot, or it's something from my family, or in the last couple of years, I was not eating properly. You know what I mean? So there's many ways that he can go about this. Next thing in terms of things, he had my life. Come on,
that was a stroke of genius.
Yeah, but yeah, so to close that off, yes, that's what he put out. Look, just to be responsible, yes, drinking excessively does cause problems. That leads to stroke. I think it's something called cardiac arrhythmia. Yeah, that's when your heart is beating faster than usual or slower than usual. So, excessive drinking and substances. Cardiac arrhythmia.
Do you know what we call it? Horis. When you start drinking,
I'm a horis. That's the shakes. What the shakes? That's the shakes.
Now your heart is shaking.
That's the shakes, man. Come on.
Yes, that's the shakes.
Shakes and legs.
Yeah.
I have to for that one.
Yeah, but anyway, it depends on how he packages this. Well, that was
no, but I think him packaging it as I make decisions and this is where they got me will have a bigger impact as far as even changing people's ways and other people saying, oh damn man, I'm not exercising, because that's another big thing, right? But I'm drinking, I'm eating this.
Stadium iyaba yindawo ephakathi naphakathi eyazinceda into yobana bonke abantu base-Buffalo City nabazawusuka kwezinye bawukwazi uyawufikelela khona.
Okay, iyavakala. Uthini ke umongo enizawube nigxile kuwo?
Umongo esizawugxila kuwo njengoko senditshilo ndathi urhulumente uye wajonga wabona into yobana kufuneka abale into yobana ukusukela oko yaqala i-HIV ngaloo minyaka yaqala ngayo sele ehambe umgama ongakanani. Umgama ke uhanjiwe sisokola okanye amasebe esokola onke ezama ukunyanga i-HIV kambeni ka-health kusele belisokola kakhulu yona kuba besinika amayeza. Iinzame ke zenziwe kwathi kwaba kuyafumaneka into yobana amachiza akhona njengoko sizaziba ngokusithetha ngento yobana abantu abapositive batya ii-ARVs ke ndayazi uba ngayo igciwane le-HIV. Therefore ke ngoku eyona nto
phambi kokuba nje uqhubekeke ndiyacela uqonde uba ndikuphazamise, ndifuna siye evenkileni and then ubuye ke ngoku uqhubekeke.
Utyabiswe yintoni namhlanje amahlaba neenaliti ndisholo iinyawo ngathi ziyatsha ubungazusile zokukhala siphethela i-probiotics inamandla okuzibekileyo iphilisa lo nyaka olufumaneka ngaphandle kokuba kubekezekela simbalele inyako namhlanje nakundlela ifamasi emfuli kuwe i-probiotics omnibudalo oluzisa amaqondo esukile egazini
now this feels like, you know what I'm saying? Today is
straight.
I'm just saying.
Oh, actually, watching up there,
equals simp. Interesting. A young woman is saying that. Very interesting. Shout out to Cassian, says, seeing beyond the arguments, misunderstanding, and mistakes is realizing perfection does not exist in relationships. Their beauty is in the efforts to stay united as a couple. Shout out to Marriage Politics. Again, 77% of black women have children out of wedlock by 24 years old. Black men have been left with very slim pickings for black men. Black women, I'm assuming saying, what about the disrespect black women give to the stepdaddy? Interesting. Shout out to High Quality Women, one of our very own initiatives. She's at least over a year with that purple badge. Shout out to you.
There you go.
Anton has a cute, privileged perspective. Anton has a cute, privileged perspective, I think she's saying. He speaks from an ideal utopian world that doesn't exist. Single moms need to pursue God, self-actualize, and get educated on how to peacefully coexist with men. Man, y'all are really supporting the channel right now on the platform. So shout out to NDBA going crazy. And that's no Dusty Bums Alive, just in case you didn't know, okay, which I support. And shout out to big Bag Chasers, which I also support because I'm a bag chaser myself. Shout out to Silent Sniper says, well, since Yada believes that childless men should date women with kids, how about he addresses the lack of respect those women have for stepfathers? That damn accountability. Shout out to Chantel Jones, one of our lovely initiates, says, I really wish Harley Initiated would stop giving Anton a platform. His views are biased and based on his own experiences, non-compassionate, not considering human error and redemption, and erroneous as you know what. Shout out to Practitioner Her, another one of the initiates. Ain't no debate if he gonna deflect like a man with concepts of a plan. Are you not entertained? Y'all are going nuts.
Make sure we go over 10 because it's going crazy.
It's all over 10.
Wow.
Shout out to Zayda. We have to increase it.
We're gonna have
Shout out to Zayda Nintendo. These women choose those men when they see red flags. They say that's her fault. All of us men get blamed for actions of those few guys. They opened their legs, no protection. She chose to be pregnant free will. Shout out to AR Smith. That boy Yada throwing the Hail Mary. I'm gonna do two more. Shout out to Word Customs. Always use the extremes to move goalposts. How many of us know women who purposely got pregnant by a bad guy who ain't want a baby and think she can change him, then want to be victim? Nope. Accountability. Last one, guys, from Initiative. Shout out to this thing glitching. Shout out to Erica Denise. Ryan, your face is so intense when you're listening to the responses. You be so into it. I am into it. This is riveting.
And I'm gonna tell you conversation. One thing about Harley Initiative, we're not gonna lean away from no tough conversations. In fact, I want to make sure our platform is the platform to galvanize and bring together the brothers so we can have the toughest platforms. I actually want to thank both of you brothers for coming from different sides of the world, different places, and sitting here together as men and having these conversations, bringing all of our followers, our listeners into one environment and having hard conversations. Because I believe, honestly, if we did this at home in our families, had the hard conversations in our own kitchens and dining rooms, we'll probably be in a better situation as it is. So if we ain't doing it in the dining rooms of your house, we're gonna do it in the dining room of the damn Harley Initiated Studios. So this is where we at right now. We're moving into round 4 of the conversation, and we're about to get it. We got Yada in the building. Absolutely. And we also got my brother Anton in here. And let's go ahead and get into round 4. This one here is a this one here also trigger, man. This whole conversation is a trigger one, to be honest with you. Because we had a situation a few episodes ago. I had my brother Anthony O'Neill on. I had my brother Wall Street Trapper on. There was a sister who claimed that brothers over 40 and single were actually red flags. The interesting thing is, a lot of the culture actually says the same about the ladies. We didn't talk about the ladies, but I want to bring that here to this conversation. Because who we started with last? Did we start with my man Yada last round?
We started with Anton and ended with Yada last round.
So we're going back to Anton. Because here we go, Anton. Would you say it is a red flag if a woman is, let's say, 35 plus and single? Is that a red flag?
I don't think that that's a red flag. I don't think that a lot of things that society and the culture says is red flags is a red flag. I don't think that a woman that don't have children by 40 is a red flag. Right? I just think that, again, I don't think that we're a monolith. I think that everybody is different. Their circumstances determine what their decisions are going to be and then ultimately what their outcomes are. A woman that's over 35 and single, that's it? No, I don't think that that's a red flag at all. I mean, if she's single with children, then I think that that's a red flag, because then you have to start adding context. Well, why do you break up with the person that you was with? And how many children do you have? And how many different baby fathers do you have? And all of that. But a woman that's 35 and single, she could have just been intentional, right? She could have just been focused on, you know, her career, or, you know, taking care of somebody that was at home, or, you know, a lot of times it's a lot of men and women that are playing son husband or son, you know, wife to parents that then had children to take care of them, which was selfish on the parents' part. But that woman could be responsible for that parent in that way, and she could have taken on that burden, which is not her fault, and she shouldn't have to take on that burden. But I think that it's nuance and it's context. So I don't personally look at a woman over 35 that's single, and that's just the criteria alone as a red flag. And let me also say this before you go. I think that we all have red flags.
Right.
Some of them bigger than others, right? Some of us have some things that we have to work on. It's a lifetime of work that we're doing and we're evolving as we go. You're not going to be the same person at 20 as you were at 30. You're going to be a different person at 40 than you were, at 30, and so on and so forth. And so I think that everybody has red flags, green flags, and so on. The conversation I think that we miss is, what are you willing to live with and work with? Because we're looking for this ideal person. We'll say, okay, well, they have to make this amount of money, or they have to be this far in their career, or they have to be a Greek, or they have to be in a fraternity or a sorority, and all of these different criteria. But we're not looking at the thing that you're willing to work through, because the thing that determines whether or not you're going to stay together is the problems, not the things that you like about the person. The things that you're willing to endure through when they're growing and evolving past that point. Even when it comes to financially, again, I spoke a lot on younger people, 20, 21, 22 years old. You may be looking at a guy that has all of the things that you want in life financially, and he may be 30, 40, right? He may be 40, 50. And you don't want to endure with this guy that ultimately is going to get there. And he has your best interest at heart. He has better character. He actually believes in God, right? You're going to walk away from that for the glitz and the glam and for the highlights. You see what I'm saying? So I don't think that that's a red flag on him. I just think that that's a growth opportunity, but she don't want to be with that guy. Because the culture that we live in is saying to go with the guy that got all the money instead of going with the guy that actually has the better interest in you, that ultimately is going to translate to the best situation for the both of you. So I don't look at a woman over 35 alone as just a red flag. I don't do that.
Yeah, what's your thoughts on that question, brother? I agree completely with the brother. The only thing that I disagree with is him saying if the woman is over the age of 35 with children. You know, some women have given men their youth and been married 20 plus years, and the relationship just didn't work, and they parted ways, some peacefully, some toxic. But I believe that woman is in a place of healing. So I think all women, regardless of their age, if they're single and working on themselves, I don't see that's a red flag. And like my brother said, I believe that we all have red flags, and we should really get with people that can deal with that red flag.
There you have it. Honestly, man, again, I think a lot of overlay and overlap. And it's interesting because I know you brothers very well as far as your content and what you speak about. And although you guys have a lot of differences, there is a lot of overlap in your perspective, which is very interesting. But that's why I'm happy that we was able to get some nuance here in this conversation. What I actually want to do here, because we always like to get
before you end, I want to say this to Antoine, brother. Thank you.
No, thank you
for coming here, man, and being respectful. You're a funny guy. you're a funny guy, but man, you came here, man. Your brother's very intelligent. You articulated yourself very well, man. I'm blessed to have you as my brother, even though I might not agree with everything. I am blessed to have you as my brother, and this is my little brother, man.
No, but let me also say that I do appreciate him, right? I do appreciate you, and that I actually see value. Of course, we don't, acknowledge the stuff that we do, right? But I see value in engaging in conversations, respectful dialogue with people that may have a difference in opinion. And I think that a lot of times people want to see people in an echo chamber, but I don't think that there's any growth in that, because there are some things that he said that I'm going to take into consideration and evaluate and say, you know what? Did he have something there that I kind of overlooked? And so I see value in you. I see value in your conversation. I think that you are a blessing to the culture, especially as an example of how it is that you guide over your family. And so I have a lot of respect for you, even though we may disagree and we don't have some dialogue. We entertaining for the people and stuff, but I do respect you and I do have a lot.
Hey, I have to add this too. I watched a few videos last night of this brother. I have to say, this is the first time I've seen this brother so respectful, and I believe. hold on. But I believe that it is because he was also given respect.
Absolutely, and that's a fact. And I also believe it has something to do with it's just some kind of Holy Spirit. It's a Holy Spirit. It's only in this studio. Always. So it's something about the studio that does that. But I appreciate y'all coming. In fact,
we're not done.
We're not done. Y'all listen. I understand we get the closing statements going. If you're familiar with Hardly Initiated, you know we always get the family involved in the conversation. But I understand that this was a passionate conversation, and you're going to come up here and try to give me your narrative and life story. So I'm going to challenge you, because I'm going to want the family to be brief and brilliant. Please, Lionel, go ahead and drop the link in the chat for people to come backstage.
Link in the chat and link in the description right now.
What we're going to do, I'm going to only give you 30 seconds, all right? So we're going to make this fun. 30 seconds. I want to hear who you think won tonight and why. Okay, and what I'm going to do, just so we can spread it out, we're going to bring a few ladies up, we're going to bring a few guys up. So I want you to come backstage and let us know what your thoughts on this.
A lot of people are warning that this will be the final election and there will be no more democracy. If you and Trump were elected, there'll be no more democracy. It'll be the final election. And these are good people. This is Goldman Sachs, this is the Cheney family, this is, a lot of defense contractors. So
the people with the best interests of the American people at heart.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the people who really keep the American social fabric.
How do you respond to that when, when you have a multi-ethnic family and they go, you and Donald Trump are racist and hate different kinds of people because you've criticized having an open border.
Yeah, I mean, I can't help but roll my eyes at it at this point. And there was probably a time, honestly, 6-7 years ago where I really cared, you know what I'm talking about? I really cared what the media said about me. I just don't care anymore because they're so obviously full of shit, right? Like, actually, if you look, I mean, even just you talk to, like, working and middle-class Latino voters, they hate the open border even more than, like, my family from rural Ohio and Kentucky because they don't like having their wages undercut. That, you know, when the cartels are doing business in their communities, it's the Latinos that are actually the most pissed off about it. So I just kind of roll my eyes at it. I think that, you know, you have to have a certain sense of humor about American politics, and it's easy to do when you're running against Kamala Harris and you're running with Donald Trump. Because as much as he obviously, I mean, look, I think they've done more to him than any presidential candidate in my lifetime. He still actually has an amazing sense of humor about the whole thing. And oftentimes, like, you know, I call him obviously like every day at this point, talking about the campaign, but he always ends up cracking a joke. And I think it's in part because he knows, like, that's what's good for me in that moment is we got to laugh about some of this stuff or we're going to get crazy.
Yeah, there is now, we're in October, we've got about 2 weeks left, so now every single day there's some article coming out in a publication that Donald Trump said something Hitlerian or about Hitler or about, like, so it does seem to me that the hysteria is at a fever pitch. It really is. What do you think about John Kelly, who did come out and say Trump is a fascist and this is fascism and all of that?
Well, first of all, the amount of stock the media puts in a disgruntled ex-employee. I mean, John Kelly was fired, right? And look, you know, he served his country when he was fired, and he's pissed off about Trump and that. And if you talk to the people who were in the room when Trump allegedly said these things that he said, even like Mike Pence's former chief of staff are saying it's totally made up, it's a total lie. But here's the really interesting thing, right? 3-4 years ago, the media were all calling John Kelly an evil racist for helping to promote Donald Trump's border policies. And now it shows how thin this is, right? Like Dick Cheney, who I legitimately think is the single worst vice president easily of my lifetime, right?
But effective.
But effective at like destroying the country, right? And maybe that's why he's endorsing Kamala Harris. It's like, oh, finally somebody's come along who's been even worse than I have. Is Kamala Harris. But the fact that the media now pretends that he's like some hero of human rights, the guy was a disaster. I mean, we invaded Iraq, we invaded, you know, the 20-year quagmire in Afghanistan. All of these Americans who lost their lives, who lost their limbs, that was because of very stupid leadership. And now we're going to forget about it because the media hates Donald Trump. It's the most insane thing I've seen in politics. Okay, threat to democracy. I figured out what a threat to democracy is when the American people vote for somebody the media doesn't like. Right? And that's not, like, definitionally, that's not a threat to democracy. That's a fulfillment of democracy, that even though the media lies hysterically about Trump, the American people still want, like, to be able to afford groceries and housing.
The worldview, whether we call it Cold War liberalism or however we want to frame the worldview that America is an empire and must continue to be one at all costs, with, you know, running up trillions of dollars worth of debt, getting involved in foreign conflicts anywhere from Ukraine to the Middle East. There are people now saying we need to invade Iran. And that if America steps back on the world stage, there's a power vacuum that's going to be filled by China, by Russia, and that America should continue to pay for the defense of all of the European countries, and that America should kind of, you know, shoulder that burden. And my generation saw Iraq, we saw Afghanistan. We've also seen, you know, lots of our friends go away to fight those wars and come back and not have mental health care and not have support from the government. We don't feel safer because we invaded Iraq. We don't feel safer because we spent 20 years in Afghanistan. I don't know what we spent 20 years doing. But all the people that, you know, the 10 richest counties in America are in Virginia. And there's something interesting about that fact, that all of those people are dependent upon America constantly having enemies.
And not like Virginia, right?
No.
The collar counties around DC.
Yeah, around DC. And all of these people have an investment in the United States of America continually going to war. And those are the people who seem to be speaking out the loudest against your candidacy, Trump's candidacy. Because you threaten something, a power structure that has been in place for a very long time. You know, this has been spoken about by, you know, military-industrial complex. Eisenhower famously spoke about it. I believe it's FDR, maybe it was TR. Somebody said a financial element in the government has owned it since the days of Andrew Jackson. There are agendas that other people have. Now, is that why we're seeing people like Dick Cheney and people like Kamala Harris, where you would think they don't have much in common on the same side? Is it because that positioning is so important and integral to the amount of money being made?
In 3 kilometers, take the interchange on the left.
factions of those parties.
Yeah, that's how I think about it. So I think there are three issues where for 40 years Republicans and Democrats have basically fundamentally agreed, and I'll list them an issue of importance to that, call it the uniparty, call it the conventional wisdom. Number one is foreign policy, that we should basically stick our nose in every foreign conflict, and that doesn't mean we should never get involved, of course, but by and large, most of the wars that we've fought over the last 40 years have been a total disaster for the American people, and frankly for a lot of the countries we've been fighting. And so foreign policy is the first and most important issue to that consensus. The second most important issue is trade, right? Massive investment in what I would call shipping our industrial base to countries like China and Mexico, which has eviscerated the American middle class, but it's made a lot of bankers rich. And then the third thing is immigration, right? The idea that you should have effectively unlimited borders checked only by political will, right? Every political party has tried to make it easier to bring more and more people into the United States of America. Now, the interesting thing is that on all three of those issues, on immigration, trade, and foreign policy, the American people have consistently been out of step with their leadership, and they keep on not actually having an alternative. Like, who has been the candidate of, free trade is not good for the American middle class? Who's been the candidate of we've got to check our immigration system? Who's been the candidate of stopping the stupid wars? Basically nobody in 40 years, with the lone exception of my running mate, right, of Donald J. Trump. Okay, so that's where we are, and you're right. That's why Kamala Harris and Dick Cheney, that's why all these people hate him. I think it's interesting to think about the motivations here, because 2 years ago, I would have said it's all financial, right? Dick Cheney, he's getting rich from these wars. Kamala Harris's donors are getting rich from these wars, and that's like the only reason why they're supporting them. For what it's worth, I do think there's an element of truth to that, right? Eisenhower learned about this. The military-industrial complex has its own self-fulfilling momentum. But I think there's a second thing that I picked up on, and a lot of my Senate colleagues disagree with me on foreign policy. They're very good people. There's like this psychological post-World War II, you call it Cold War liberalism, where these guys remember when America could do anything, right? We can
in 600 meters, take the interchange on the left.
Fix the world purely through American will, right? And they grew up in that world, and they're having psychological difficulty accommodating to a world where China has gotten more powerful in part because of their policies. Russia.
Take the interchange on the left.
And we can't just dictate everything. We can't tell everybody how to behave anymore, because sometimes what happens is we'll try to tell another country what to do, and they'll say this, right? And that's very, very hard for these guys to wake up to the reality that we're in, if we were in what was called a unipolar world, right? America was the only superpower. We were for a while. We were for a long time. Yeah. Now we're still the lone superpower, but other countries are catching up. And I think the way to preserve our own influence, but more importantly, to preserve the prosperity of our own people, is to recognize the reality that we're living in. A lot of people can't, they go back to, Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall, right? Ronald Reagan's big moment, or George H.W. Bush. It was like a blip on the radar for us to completely crush Saddam Hussein and kick him out of Kuwait, right? They want to go back to the glory days when America could do everything and be all things. They got to wake up to the world of resource constraints. And frankly, the reason why we're not as powerful in relative terms as we were 30 years ago is because they screwed up, right? That's where the trade and immigration issue comes back, is they want to pursue a foreign policy that was built on the back of smart trade and smart immigration policy. They hollowed out the American middle class. They destroyed the industrial base of our country. Crazy statistic. China, we're still the biggest economy in the world. China is 32% of global manufacturing GDP, okay? We're 18% of global manufacturing GDP. So even though we're still by far the biggest economy in the world, China makes nearly twice as many manufactured goods as we do. That is the engine of real economic prosperity, is manufacturing. These guys want us to fight wars like it's 1954. It's not 1954, and thanks in large part.
In 600 meters, take the exit.
That's very difficult, right? Because you have a lot of unelected. We have 19 intelligence agencies. I think it's around. I think it's about 19, which I don't think is enough. I don't think it's enough personally, but there's 19 of them or something.
I think we have 22 intelligence agencies. That's actually what we really have figured out this all.
That's who.
Take the exit, then take the ramp.
Americans are worried about. I think most people are worried about the CIA and government employees. My parents are worried about the Central Intelligence Agency and if they're making enough money. This is what my grandmother worries about. What do you say to people that are worried about people at the NSA? And the DIA, the director.
Take the ramp.
Forget about that one. It's a little room in the bigger one.
Look, I want to speak from the heart here to my fellow Americans who are really worried that a CIA bureaucrat making $190,000 a year might have to find a job in the private sector. I recognize that is the biggest crisis facing my fellow Americans.
Yes.
Not that they can't afford groceries and housing.
Yeah.
Right? So
people can eat less.
Honestly,
so that Homeland Security can be a little bigger.
Yeah. So that Homeland Security.
I like knowing that my neighbors are getting spied on. I like it. I like people getting on lists.
Well, it's actually really a win-win, right? right?
Yeah.
Something I'll say in Kamala Harris's defense is, yes, she's made it harder for Americans to afford housing, but that's been in the service so that the CIA can more easily spy on our fellow Americans, right? So that, again, this is where
now, you're a big
sometimes there's trade-offs and sometimes there's
You're a big critic of online censorship. Don't you realize it's good for people? Don't you realize it's
to not be able to speak their mind?
You know, people don't even know what they want to say half the time. Why not have a service that use like an AI where you speak into it, it rearranges it so it gets what you need?
I'm actually, I would be okay if we just censored Kamala Harris, right? I think she would be okay with that too. I think she'd be better in the polls if she just didn't say anything. That was, of course, the strategy.
Have you met her? She's probably fun. She's fun.
You know who's fun?
Yeah.
You know I bet it's fun. And I like, this is rare moment of partisanship. No. Okay. Hunter Biden.
Well, of course. I would, with all due respect to you, I would vote for him over anyone in the race. Just because if we're going to end this thing, let's do it quick. Let's do it in 6 months.
Oh man, my cousin is like a hardcore Republican, and she's like, you know what I can't get behind you guys on is the anti-Hunter Biden stuff. Like that guy, I guarantee he's fun. He's a fun guy to hang out with, right? I don't know about, I've met Kamala Harris once. I honestly don't know.
If she's fine.
There's too much of a school marm thing going on. I just don't. I don't think that would necessarily.
So how do you deal? What do you have a bunch of,
Kamala Harris is the person who, when you tell a really funny joke, she like says, well, that was a kind of offensive, right? Yeah.
But then I say, then I look at her and I go, but you're a genius, and then she likes me again.
Hunter Biden, if you tell a really offensive joke, he laughs his ass off and says, let's do it.
Let's do it again. Let's light the house on fire. So how do you deal with this? You get into office. Now people are all mad about Project 2025. People don't like it because it's a Heritage Foundation wrote a whole thing saying that you're going to dismantle the entire federal government and this
is the craziest thing. So Project 2020. So Heritage is a nonprofit with no affiliation with the Trump campaign. That's right. They wrote a 900-page document. Okay, if you take any 900-page document that exists anywhere in the world, I'm going to find something that I hate about it and something that I like about it. Right. So they've tried to pick up every little thing that is unpopular and say this is Trump's agenda. It has nothing to do with Trump. Right. But to your point, Donald Trump and I really do want to make the federal bureaucracy smaller. We think there are way too many bureaucrats collecting a check. We think that's bad for Americans because they have to pay those people's salaries. But most importantly, it's bad for Americans. Sometimes they're doing things like spying on their fellow citizens, which is fundamentally bad. Okay, so here's a crazy story. And I just learned more about this the past couple days. There was a Wall Street Journal story about
in 800 meters, slight right.
AT&T networks. Okay, you probably didn't see the story. Didn't make a whole lot of waves. My understanding is that part of the infrastructure that they hacked into was built on top of surveillance systems that were implemented in 2001, Patriot Act style stuff. So
slight right.
An element of that, and rightfully so. I don't want American citizens to be spied on, but the more important in some ways is we're creating a backdoor in our own technology networks that our enemies are now using. That's crazy. And again, no one is going to accept responsibility for it. No one's going to say, "Oh, we screwed up. Let's do something different." This is the biggest problem I have. Like all policy disagreements aside, the refusal of people to take responsibility and say, "You know what? I screwed up." Okay, that is the biggest thing that's messed up about American government politics. Like, look, I had a lot of friends when I was 18 years old. What the hell did I know? I supported the Iraq War when I was 18 years old.
Me too.
I feel bad about that. Yeah. I genuinely feel bad that as a high school senior in Middletown, Ohio, who then enlisted in the United States Marine Corps, I did my part. I feel bad about it. Yeah. There were people in Washington.
I stopped short of that. I was. I supported it in backyards, yelling, watching a lot of Fox, but I stopped quite short of it.
Man, we all have to serve.
do
we have to serve in our own roles. We all have a part to play. But the guys who pushed it, they're still collecting multi-$100,000 a year salaries.
They're on MSNBC.
They're on MSNBC. They still have influence, and they've never said we screwed up. Like that is the thing that bothers me the most about Washington D.C. is nobody accepting responsibility for failure. Because if you can't do that, you can't fix the problem.
Well, now it seems to be that we're shoehorning domestic issues into foreign policy, meaning that you can no longer sell a war by saying we're there to democratize a country, or we are there to preemptively invade a country before they attack us, or we can't say we are there so that drag queens in whatever in Russia can have more of a say.
Well, you asked why we were in Afghanistan for 20 years. It's like because the Afghanis really need to learn about gender studies and the importance of the non-binary gender approach that we have in the United States of America. You think I'm kidding? Your tax dollars, my tax dollars, were funding programs in a country where a lot of people didn't have running water. We're funding programs to teach people that there were non-binary genders out there.
That I do agree with because it is fun, and I do want to see someone with a collision ball standing in the rubble, and then someone explaining that stuff to me is fun, and that I support that.
I'm sure the Taliban had a lot of fun learning about 87 genders. That's probably true.
Why can't the 7-year-old consent to a life-altering medical surgery? Is it because you guys are fascist? I don't understand. Like, why wouldn't you allow an 8-year-old to fully transition?
Not only that, but they want us to use their tax dollars to try to force other countries to follow this ridiculous pathway. Yes. Which, by the way, like I know a little bit about your politics, and you're pretty libertarian. Like, this is actually something I agree with the old guard left about. That we should be, whether it's in defense or whether it's in the medical industry, we should be worried about when a profit-motivated entity tries to manipulate government policy. Right. And right now we have pharma companies making billions of dollars off of cross-sex hormones for children. Right. And nobody on the left is like, that's kind of weird that the very people who are getting rich off of this are also lobbying the American Medical Association and the U.S. government to force this on American citizens.
It should have, I think, it should have stopped. The show Glee was great. Everyone was singing, and everyone was happy. No, it truly was. And, like, people weren't, it wasn't so contentious, but then it got to a point where somebody like me, who's been a gay, out-of-the-closet person for 15 years, I'm going, why in God's name would a 5-year-old, a 7-year-old, a 12-year-old, a 14-year-old be taking puberty-blocking hormones, be transitioning, be leave kids alone, leave people alone. It's very simple. A lot of gay people feel that way. There are trans people that feel that way. There are people all over the spectrum that feel that way. None of them are ever listened to.
Yes.
It is the most extreme, loudest voices in that movement that are listened to.
Yeah, well, what really radicalized me on this issue was I was actually talking to a friend who, like really disagrees with my views on transgender politics, and I mean, frankly, like kind of rejected our friendship because I came out against I came out in support of banning gender transition for minors during my Senate campaign. And like what really radicalized actually is during that conversation, she said something to me that I was like, wait a second, is this real? And she said the hormonal therapy for minors is totally reversible, right? So the way they sell this is it just delays puberty. But then if you stop taking the drugs, everything resumes as normal. That is totally and profoundly false.
It can't be true. There's no way that's true.
When I heard it, I was like, that sounds totally effing crazy. Yeah. It turns out
also,
it is actually crazy.
Also, not a great policy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
If it was true, probably not good.
Even if it was true, probably not good because, like, you don't want 30-year-olds going through puberty, right? Yeah. But, like, even if it was true, problem, but it's not true. Yeah. Like, kids have permanent sexual dysfunction, permanent, like, serious health problems. It's terrible. They take this stuff, it's just totally predictable. Like, again, one of the lifelong, the humanity-long lessons we should take is that when we intervene in things in unexpected ways, whether it's a war or trying to interrupt the biological process, we very often screw up, right? You need evidence before you really do something like this.
I just don't know how we got in this country to why can't a 9-year-old girl have a beard? I don't know where from Glee everyone was gay enough, perhaps too gay, and then it went to a place where it goes, it was crazy.
So okay. I've actually heard this. I'm not a gay guy, but I've heard this from gay friends of mine.
Man, damn it! You want to talk about virality? I'm talking about going viral.
Yeah, that would have made some headlines.
Do you think you know who will win the presidential election, or how many seats the Democrats or Republicans will win in the House or Senate? Well, there's finally a legal way to bet on the outcome of these elections via a platform called Kalshi. Kalshi is the first legal exchange where you can bet on any event, including but not limited to elections. Kalshi once recorded won legal approval for election betting for the first time in over 100 years. You have markets on who will win the presidential election, who will control the House and Senate, who will win swing states and more. Kalshi is already being used by over hundreds of thousands of people and has facilitated over $1 billion worth of trade. Let's take an example. Right now, Trump and Kamala are trading at about 50-50, meaning if you place a bet on either, it will double your money if you end up winning. That's pretty good. So put your money where your mouth is and sign up using Kalshi.com/Tim. I love this site. I love chance. I love speculation. I make a lot of predictions. A lot of them come out true. I'm using this site to make lots of money, and I think you should too. I think I know things. I think I have the inside track. Do you? So put your money where your mouth is and sign up using Kalshi.com/GIM and get $20 bonus when you deposit $100 using their mobile app. Election day is coming up on November 5th. 30% of registered voters don't turn out to vote, and only 20% of people under 30 voted in the last election. There's a website, sendthevote.org/Tim, that makes registering to vote easy. It's nonpartisan, meaning they don't care who you're voting for. They just want to ensure that you can vote. Head to sendthevote.org/Tim, and they'll help you sign up. Register and check if you're all set. You can also text Tim to 33022 to learn more. That's TIM to 33022. Do not be another no-show statistic, because I'll tell you right now, voting is a right that people have died for, and you should do it. And you can go to this website, sendthevote.org/Tim, and it makes registering to vote easy, because you know what wasn't easy? The Civil War, the Revolutionary War, or any of the wars. 1, 2. Spanish American. It doesn't. The point is this: the Korean War. I don't know if that impacted voting, but here's the thing: voting is cool. It's what the cool kids are doing.
But I talked to this about gay friends who feel like very personally affronted about this because they feel like if they were, a gay kid and they were 14 years old, and maybe they're confused. Like, by the way, like a lot of teenagers, even a lot of non-gay teenagers, are confused because being a teenager is like inherently confusing. That's right. But they're worried about like would somebody have had them transition? Of course, in some ways, it's like it's like the pharmaceutical answer to conversion therapy, right? Is oh no, you're not gay. Right. You're a totally different gender. The other thing I don't get about this, man, like the inconsistency here is crazy. Where they want to simultaneously tell me that the gendered binary is screwed up, that male and female is way too simple, that there's all this crap in the middle. But like when you have a person go on cross-sex hormones, they put on super petite dresses and high heels, and they act like the most stereotypical version of a girl, a male transitioning to female. It's like, okay, well, wait a second. Is the gender stereotypical binary bad, or is it actually good? Because every time somebody takes these hormones, they start acting like Dylan Mulvaney.
No, what happens, I think, when we've allowed the debate to be defined by a very extreme portion. Who it's not about logic; it's about people throwing tantrums and people going, "You have to agree with me. I'm going to compel you to agree with me." Absolutely, kids should be left alone. My parents were boomers. I was ignored. I was left alone to do, whatever. And perhaps that's not great, but we shouldn't be telling.
You turned out okay.
I turned out fine. I'm not the vice president. You know what I mean? But I'm Rolls Royce. So here's, But the thing is,
I think you're winning at that trade-off. I can't even drive it.
We'll see. But it's going to get blown up soon. But I'll tell you this, I don't see why we're telling kids about critical race theory or gender theory. Why are we not educating people in math, in reading, in science? Why are we indoctrinating children? And I don't know too many people who are for that. If you meet people in the real world, none of them know. 5-year-olds should learn about identity politics, and nobody's for it.
No, nobody is.
Very few people.
And this is what I actually feel very personally passionate about because this affects my family, right? Yeah. My wife and I talk about this all the time. So her parents, born and raised in South India, they moved to San Diego a couple years before she was born. So she's born and raised in San Diego, right? Okay, so she is Indian American, but she's like the most assimilated. Like she's American, right? Fundamentally, she's American. And we talk about like, okay, we were able to fall in love in part because we grew up in the 90s where everybody was like, yeah, okay, it's not perfect. Obviously, there's still racism out there, but like, judge people based on who they are, not on these like immutable characteristics on their skin color. Just judge people based on whether you have similar values, et cetera, right? And because of that, we fell in love. We had a family. Like my family's always been welcome to her, and vice versa. And my mom actually put this in a very interesting way that like, the more that she's noticed this in the last few years, that people are obsessed that we have mixed race children, right? And are they brown? Are they white? Are they Indian? Are they American? And my mom's just like, well, there are babies, right? That's who they are. There are babies. I think that if you really inflame like the racial consciousness of people, if they fundamentally think of themselves not as human beings or as Americans, but as members of a racial group, that's just going to fundamentally lead to strife, right? Like you want to, in some ways, like you want to emphasize the commonality that we have as fellow citizens. You don't want to say, okay, you're black, so this means this thing about you and that thing about you, and you're white, so this means something totally different. Right. And I just that obviously to me just common sense would lead to conflict. And again, I'm not saying it was perfect, but if you look at both black and white Americans,
I've always wanted to paint this picture that we, like Caesar's wife, are beyond reproach. We are the countries that are supposed to tell the world what to do. We are the ones that are the home of this, or the homes of these institutions, whether it's Transparency International, all these non-governmental organizations whose claim to fame is that they look for faults everywhere and to characterize administrations which they call regimes as being corrupt. And this is the kind of narrative that they wanted to push. They wanted to push a narrative that to ensure that Russia is besmirched. They characterize every administration that is seen to be pro-Moscow as corrupt. And they did that very effectively. And riding on the crest of that propaganda, Zelensky then rose to power, as I've already indicated, rising to power on the basis that we are going to fight corruption. But we all know that corruption is alive and well in all societies. That is the reality. It's just the degree that varies from one society to the other. And in certain societies, it is the exception rather than the rule. In certain societies, it is the rule rather than the exception. So when Zelensky came out as this messiah who was going to liberate Ukraine from the chains of Russia, and the only way to do is to cut the umbilical cord and to join the European Union and ultimately to join NATO. conducted in the manner that normally Europe does. When Europe wants to hoist people to a certain level, they do a number of things. They propagandize. They characterize you as holy. Sometimes they give you awards, and the Nobel Peace Prize is now being used quite frequently in this regard. They give you accolades across, and you get interviews at BBC, at CNN, and all those media outlets. And once you do that, you then begin to get good press. And once that happens, the population is also in many ways shepherded into one direction. And Zelensky was a beneficiary of that kind of propagandization, and ultimately, of course, started changing his rhetoric. And the rhetoric is, we are moving away from the Russian bear, we are going to Europe, and we are going to be part of Europe, we are going to look to the Brussels administration, we are going to look to NATO for our defense, and all these in breach of an understanding that the former countries which belong to the Soviet Union in that sphere would not be sucked into the NATO arrangement. So, understood in that context, Zelensky had to be depicted as white as wool in order to ensure that his opponents were as red as crimson in terms of corruption. And that, in my view, is what was made known to the world. That is what the world believed, and I'm using the word world very loosely. And ultimately, we are now discovering that what was sold is not what was bought. And that is why we see the resignations now, and the accusations are corruption of the mega kind. You know, somebody once told me not too long ago that lies take the lift, the truth takes the stairs. And that is exactly what has happened. They had this loud voice that we had brought to Ukraine, this white as wool individual. They are fighting a country that is expansionist. Russia wants to extend and is going to use its military might to decimate the entire Europe, and that the Russian administration is corrupt. We saw their hand in an American election. We see their hand in Belarus. We see their hands in the neighborhood. But now, confronted as they are with smoking gun, they are tongue-tied. It's only the German chancellor who has said something, saying we should not have corruption in Ukraine. Macron, silent for the moment. Kashtama, silent for the moment. Ursula von der Leyen, silent for the moment. But I'm quite certain that they will issue some pro forma statement, if only to tell the world we are concerned. But they are now beginning to realize, if they did not know already, that indeed they were running and supporting a scheme that was from day one characterized by corruption and underhand deals, and that the war actually facilitates it. Remember, you are buying weaponry. Remember, you are buying provisions. You remember that war in itself is an industry, and they only look the other way when the accusations or when the fingers are pointing in the direction that they want them to point. But now, the chicken, in a manner of speaking, have come home to roost. You know, whenever I hear that the West is speaking about values, I always wonder, which values? These people who ran slavery, these people who ran in Latin America, in Eastern Europe, is kept in the West. So when they talk about values, we must look at them and say, who are you to pontificate? Who are you to tell the world what the world should do? Who are you who are so culturally arrogant to tell the world what the world should do and must not do? So they can talk about their values all they want, but we know that mega corruption is alive and well. And when we remove that veneer of hypocrisy, we'll then be able to confront the West in the manner that we should. And once we are liberated of those illusions, then we will be able to confront the situation. They are now finding it very difficult to support their project, because there is a sense in which the war in Ukraine is a proxy war. And that is why every attempt at midwifing a peace process is being torpedoed by the European powers. You never know, and you can never say never. You know, the European powers are very interesting. If you look at history, they can lift you. And if your sell-by date in their view has passed, they begin to undermine you. they begin to reveal information that they knew existed all along. So it's a question of timing. Remember that the legitimacy of the Zelensky administration has been called into question because an election was not held during the due date. Perhaps they are now beginning to hold the view that Zelensky has run his course and it is the time for Zelensky to leave. And you can see the timing is very significant, that the Americans appear to be moving very close towards resolution of this conflict in some way. And Zelensky on his part appears to be responding to the entreaties of the Trump administration. But the appetite for the continuation of the war in Europe is high. For that reason, perhaps they are looking for somebody who will not do tango with the Trump administration and therefore by extension the Putin administration in Moscow. You never know. But remember, in saying this, I'm swimming in the sea of speculation. I'm sure that even within Ukraine, they are wondering who is Putin.
We no longer do those things. We finished that in the 80s. There's another guy who was saying, he feels life is slow. But I could say, so it is like that. So Cyril Ramaphosa, as as sellout as he is, but he's dealt with them, all of them. Cyril Ramaphosa has defeated all of them. I mean, I can mention Umbeki. He's beaten Umbeki repeatedly. Even now, I think it was Umbeki was saying Cyril Ramaphosa must step down so that he can come in as an interim president. Umbeki, he thought that is the Messiah. And this is the guy who has failed on all economic policies. And in South Africa, because we've got tribal politics, the Xhosas, especially the influential ones, they think Umbeki was the best. Zulus think Zuma was the best. In the main, I'm talking in the main in general. The vendors think that Ramaphosa, even though they're suffering, some of them, or many of them, even in Shawela, they're suffering. Hulumisa, let's face it, we may try to deny it. South Africans are tribalists. The people who are not tribalists in this country are township people, the very same people who've been excluded. Go Sharpeville, these are people who've contributed. The people of Sharpeville, the landmark we try to say to post 1910, it was the people of Sharpeville. They put South Africa on the map. The people of Soweto 1976, they put South Africa on the map. After 1960, South Africa was sanctioned. There was a boycott because of what the apartheid government did to South Africans. In 1976, it's another struggle. And as sad as it is, they buried one of the surviving leaders, which was 16, a friend of mine, a person that I have known for ages, Pani Mokhatle, says he's the king of his royal tribe in the Northwest. He's the man who's supposed to be king. But because of the squabbles, he was shot at some point. He went back to Alexander. His father is supposed to be king. I am told with his father, I don't know, back in the days, I don't want to speculate on this one. Because back in the days, during apartheid, you find that I'm the rightful heir, I'm supposed to succeed my father and become a king. But you find that I'm anti the government of the day, they'll take my younger brother to be king. And then from there, they've created division amongst the family. So, now, another thing, he's supposed to be king. And his land is rich, but he was confined to Alexander. He lived in London, he went back to Northwest and a girlfriend, and I was supposed to be the funeral in there. I missed it, for other reasons. The way he was buried, those were there. It's sad, because sometimes we marry people who don't understand our history. And I know families, sometimes they will say, yeah, where were his friends? In South Africa, it is tough. It is tough in South Africa. Money in circulation is scarce. The civil, Ramaphosa economy is bad. And sometimes when a person dies, we do say, we'll support the family, the kids. Yes, we mean that. But unfortunately, now we are trapped. We are trapped. We are fighting to pay bills, electricity, ESCOM, and all that. School fees for the kids. And we're finding ourselves which we can no longer fulfill those promises. I remember even when Deborah Fraser passed, I was there, and I still called Chico Twala and what's happening, in Deborah. I hope she's taken care of. Many people will come and say, we'll never leave. I'm going to Deborah. Including now, I haven't been there for some time, because sometimes now we're facing our own struggles. So it is tough. So if I made it, sometimes feel and you're eating. Where were they? I'm burying him now. Bunny passed, I think, on Sunday, I don't know. Not on, quick. Well, during the week was buried. And even the people in the neighborhood didn't know, some of the chiefs and kings, and say, we are under this guy, but we don't know because the wife is from Lesotho. That's what happens when you marry a young girl who came in here as a domestic worker, and this girl, was recruited by your daughter to become a worker in your house. I'm reminded of the story of this lady, a white woman. Her father, wealthy. She recruited someone from those countries, Philippines, these countries, what's this country where Bangkok is the capital city of Thailand. So she brought this woman to take care of the father. Of course, as a helper, a maid, the father ended up marrying the maid. And then she left everything, inheritance, to this wife, excluded his kids. I'm talking mega millions. You see, that's what happens. If you know Mandela, I'm reminded of that. And I don't believe, me personally, that the Mandela that died was married to Gracia, wrote that will. He has to be cold to exclude Abantwana Bakhe, to make Abuzinzi pay for what he has given them. I mean, you cannot be that cold, which I've given my daughter 500,000, therefore I'm deducting. It sounds like Gracia to me. That's what happens, you know. One thing that I remember, Uguti, one of the daughters got nothing because they said during your lifetime you took 1, 2, 3, and therefore there's deductions. And for me, yeah, it cannot be. Gracia's children, you know, they were blessed. Mandela's house, you know, yeah, taken away from Winnie. So for me, I understood why Gracia had to be, you know, closer to Mandela. Even when Mandela was sick, I think she was somewhere outside the country. She came back quickly. You know, Winnie was coming. You know, it was that battle. We must secure his signature. Must not sign anything. And then, you know, Mandela that I saw in 2010, he was no longer in the census. Who came to the Paya Stadium to kick off concert in FIFA. You know, he was told when to greet, when to smile, when not to smile. So the will there, but we in the latter. I don't believe what you will like. That's what happens. You know, now going down the bunny. The wife buried him like nobody. And I'm thinking, even now, there are talks, he must be exhumed and be given a proper funeral. Not there, not west. This is the king, buried in Kukwini, sold his house. Some of the properties I think he bought belonged to the wife. His children, cut out. Even his children were not there. Sometimes the people that we marry, they become our enemies. And I believe when you marry someone must come into your family to add. Even if you're fighting, you have issues with your siblings, your mother, but your partner must say, baby, this is not right for you to be fighting your siblings. You cannot be fighting your mother. Go make peace or shut up if you cannot add something of positive significance. So it has happened here, people like Bani, Mukhatle, they've been forgotten like that, like Titi Machine, forgotten like that, the hero, 2016. So it is the township people. What I'm trying to say, in the townships, there's no tribalism. The people who came with tribalism, Motwa Coast, Motwa High, these people, they were employed in government institutions because the people in the townships did not want to work for the government that is oppressing them. Same way as the Zulus did not want to work the land that they used to own. They brought in Indians to work in the sugar fields. Same with township people who do not want to become police, who do not want to work in government institutions, because we view them as institutions belonging to the government of the day. The government of the day, it was termed illegal and illegitimate. They brought in police, recruited for people to come here to arrest us, to harass us with the number of people to get at life. Both Transkei, blackjacks, CIDs, call them, I don't know, investigating officers, crime investigating officers from KZN, from the homelands, the CBDs, and my clinics. They push this tribalism. Now we lived amongst ourselves. So to Tosa, you can find people talking, 5 people, but we understand each other. I lived in Soto section, they tried to divide us, but we integrated ourselves because we had amateur clubs, youth clubs, soccer clubs. We use the same infrastructure, trains. We use the same train. Schools, 4 languages in one school. We pay rent. I'm officing the same. We go to a clinic. We become friends. We date each other. We've got kids. Yeah. Across our tribes, but people who come from KZN, they're people who've never met Nabatwana. They don't know the difference between Msotho and Mtwana. People who say Eastern Cape, if we don't belong to that clan, we are nobody. And I don't know why people sometimes they like to impose their own culture. What if it's not circumcised? You become Nkwenkwe. I'm not Nkwenkwe because I don't subscribe to that culture. It's like you, if you're a Christian, then you expect everybody else to subscribe to your culture. Not everybody is a Christian. Not everybody is a Muslim. You cannot define me in terms of your own outlook. I don't go to the mountain. Till now, our mountains are gassy. We bullet. Maybe petrol bomb. And I can tell you, there is no South Africa. If you took away the township people, and the township people, I mean the people of Toboza, Katlehong, Foslo, Soshangove, people of Atteridgeville. I'm talking people, Val Triangle, Kailicha, Crossroads, Mlazi. People who were not oppressed by their own black people as tribal leaders. People who rose and fought the government of the day. And we know who did what. Current boycott, Lewa. Consumer boycott, Lewa. When our students went to some of these homeland bush universities, they were named and termed with their bad elements. Gongoye, IFP are taking our students, 84. It is our students. So we've contributed immensely when other people were comfortable, studying, enjoying the benefits of apartheid. And today, the very same tribalists came back to town, pushing tribalism through these political parties. Something that we don't know. So now we are our people. Kanamazu is from Ekasi, Esintoleng from Ekasi, Kaizer Chiefs from Ekasi, Pirates from Ekasi, who's feeling who Thomas Kangwane, the most expensive player 1982, 22,000. Hellenic. NPSL dominator Manchester Ekasi. We refused in apartheid, but white teams cannot play in the Black League. Orlando Pirates at some point was expelled from the league because it refused to expel colored players. because they were forced by government of the day, which no, you must play as blacks. They said no. That's when we had about Wits University coming, Highlands Park, Kaizer Chiefs lost Men's Day Cup to Wits University. All eyes on Kaizer Chiefs because those days it was black and white. Men's Day Cup, what am I saying? About Tsipa, Simon Skosana, Tep Makatini, about School Point Lab. I grew up watching those guys. Go Pona magazines. Go Bob Marley. But when 3 months later, you told Bob Marley has died because news was slower. So in the police stations now, you find people, which now you must talk the language. No, I can hear you. Talk Machero in Kulmiata. Maybe we are, because we refuse, to be subjected to this nonsense. Well, Ben Neighbor is fine with Cyril. I don't see Cyril, winning a Soweto. Mother dear. He's younger, of course. People will be ignored. Somebody who walks straight. But Shy Township like Orlando. That's why many people had to come to the townships, like Soweto, Mandela, Sisulu, Sobugwe. They lived in Soweto. Jazz musicians, soccer players, Debbie. We gave you culture, music. They had to come here. But I my backyard. Everything started at Makasi. So we've contributed. But to Cyril, I can tell you, going back to Cyril, Ushaya Umbegi, Jack Slope for the first time. I don't know whether we've, but in, I don't know, I don't want to say vote of no confidence. Where a judge has been taken off, like taken off, I think those are the first good democracy, where a judge is stripped off. Ushaye, the public protector, Mkwebane. Ushaye, no, Isma Khashule. Gatin is quiet. Gatin has become an ice boy. I remember one guy saying, Gatin, but he's joining. I'm worried about Gatin. He's overhyping things. Once you hear somebody overhyping things, you must know, good to know, that person is not genuine. But I said, okay, benefit of the doubt. This is the man who was supporting Zuma. Now it's Cyril. He's supporting his own pocket. That's why these guys, they want to be in Joburg municipality so that they can chow tenders. He's hit about Musimaimani. Have you ever heard Musimaimani criticizing Ramaphosa? Have you ever heard the media, yes, in South Africa? They are all CR17. Still Ramaphosa has collapsed this country during COVID. Everything is low. Even the ANC has collapsed it. For the first time, it got below 50%. The media is quiet. Yeah? Even whites, they are quiet. The middle class, they are quiet. Whites were complaining about Zuma. The middle class is quiet. Black and white, middle class. When you go buy a ShopRite, Woolworths, there are no special prices for black middle class, white middle class, the poor. The petrol the same, hitting us, the same. Even vendors, they're quiet. They feel the pinch. That's what I like about Cyril Ramaphosa. He doesn't discriminate unless you're a billionaire. His billionaire friends. ANC, they feel. Helen Zille, quiet. Hemen Mashaba, quiet. Supra gone. Isma Khashule, Jongo Supra, Nangula gone. Mampis. Zuma is a chess player. He was playing chess in jail, yeah. MK has no direction. If Cyril dies or Zuma dies, it's the end of MK. There are good people in the MK, but many are opportunists. So that's where we find ourselves. Cyril and he's defeating them because he's got a strong lobby group behind him, not because of something that he's doing extraordinary. They are scared because when Jacob Zuma took out Ugodan, or Weekend Special, the
question should be, what are you learning from this? How would you use this power, the power that Trump's using? Trump's using his power of the presidency, the power that he's given. Stewart said, it's enough with the he is a Hitler. Stop doing that. What would you effing do if you had the presidency? Okay, so, and first of all, John, they can't stop doing that. The Democrats can't stop doing the how dare you, and they can't stop calling him a fascist. Secondly, you know what they would do if they had Trump's power. You watch them do it. They made everyone take experimental medical treatments. They locked us down. They closed people's businesses. They started, they ended up war in the worst way possible and started another war.
They charged him with a felony for selling his house to John Stewart, right?
Yeah, that's right. So that's what they did, and then they prosecuted their political opponents. That's what they did. But they had that power. What would you do? That's what they did. You saw them do it over the last 4 years. You know damn well what they would do. They used the power of the FBI to sink 5,000 of their agents out of political movement to disband it, discredit it, and criminalize it. That's what they did. You know damn well what they would do.
They do. They withdraw this someone who never tells you what they actually think. Like Kamala Harris. And look at someone who tells you what they think, like what's going on. That's what they would do. They really want Kamala. All the never says what she thinks. But this is the cycle we find ourselves in. First of all, triple dynamics. Every action is met with a very non-equal overreaction. These parties are sick. They are offensive.
So this is when Trump was giving out pardons. They're like, these are sick. Right? Remember that? But then when Biden did it.
They were preemptive. They are un-American. This is one of the most egregious, despicable acts in American history. This is sensible authoritarian talk. I thought we should take that first. Major and submissive liberal crying.
But they're talking about Trump giving pardons to the January 6th people. Oh my God. Yeah.
Remember John said last night I should have taken out the submissive liberal crying, which is like funny as a joke. He did take that.
He did take that.
it an abuse of foreign power? I don't know. But that is his constitutional power. Again, for some reason, we have given presidents the power of the king. And then we say, oh, by the way, the power, we're going to all like kingly laws, right?
This part-time host and occasional funny man, Jon Stewart, calling out Democrats and establishment media for their incessant hypocrisy and fear-mongering about Donald Trump and the Republicans. Welcome to Nerd News. I'm Nurkish, and it looks like it's one of those rare times when the left goes so far that...
No, this isn't Nerdrotic. This is Nerd News.
Even liberals like Jon Stewart are forced to point out their lies, which have been almost too many to count since the start of President Trump's second term. Here's Stewart slamming top Democrats and the media for doing the only thing they know how to do, try to terrify Americans into doing what they want them to.
The return to 1600 Trilonia Avenue was as disorienting and chaotic as I imagined. Then we have weekend. Serenity now. Then we can finally catch our breath. We begin to move forward. Intentionality. Friday night massacre. Friday night purge. Chilling purge. The purge. Ah! Trump is ushered in the purge! I will take full advantage. Although this is a misinterpreting. What is this purge about exactly?
In 300 meters, continue straight.
He got rid of 17 inspectors general. That only leaves no one knows how many. I have no idea. What Trump did violated the law. You can't just fire these people.
Title 5, Section 403 of the U.S. Code of Federal Law, an Inspector General may be removed by the President.
What? So what's the purge? What's the... Why?
Continue straight. Then, turn left.
Apparently you can fire them, but you have to give them 30 days notice. Oh, so that's what we're upset about? No! You can do it, but not in that font! That kid knows font!
You know, just like Bill Maher, Stewart only seems to see the problems of big government when a member of the opposing party is holding office. I mean, kudos to him for acknowledging it, but the expansion of...
Turn left. Then, your destination will be on the left.
And you've seen the difference. I think South Africans, just as a culture, we don't respect road laws like that. It's not in our culture like to be like. I mean, you've seen in London how people will stop. You know, people will not just cross anywhere. But in South Africa, we just a culture that does not really respect road rules and all of that. So I'm not surprised. Are you surprised?
It's very poised that skip the red light, you know? No, for real. Like my previous car when it got written off.
Yeah.
A cop skipped, I've got it on dash cam, a cop skipped a red light, boom, into me.
Wow.
And he was between those ages, that age bracket. No, he was sober.
Oh, he was sober.
He was sober. It was in the morning, I was going to work. I don't know, man. And I don't want to, I think it would be lazy of me to just say, it's drinking and driving. You know, but it is young people who are going to work, going to school. I remember when I was taking a taxi, you know what I mean, from Forsley to Benoni every day. So it's also young people. I don't know, man. I feel like that's going to be the natural number because it's probably young people. Those are the biggest road users on the road, be it public transport or be it they're driving or be it they're walking as well. It's some of the most active
population
bracket in our population.
Some of the factors that come across, and I want all of us here to think about it. When you were in your early 20s, brand new car, with friends, your respect and relationship with the car is very different. You grow older to respect it differently to when you were a young man. With a car, I know I rode with one of my nephews, and that was 5-6 years ago, and I know I'll never drive with him again. The way he was driving was so bad. And to him, this is cool.
Yeah.
There is a level of disrespect. And you said it, road users and also as young drivers. Your behavior as a young kid behind the wheel is very different to when you're older. You grow to respect the car very differently as well. And that's one of the factors.
And I also wanted to emphasize that number, that it's not just about people in the cars. It's talking about, accidents where people get hit by cars. That's why I wanted to make sure. But it's a culture thing where people, and why you go see the zebra walks, what do you call them?
Actually, they are there.
No, I just mean, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah. And someone's going to knock you over. They don't realize that you've got the right of way as a pedestrian to walk over the zebra crossing.
It's shocking how many people in this country get hit by cars. The number, if you have to find out, I don't know if it would be available in the stats, but it's a big number.
Pedestrian numbers are higher. Probably 43% of the total number of accidents are pedestrians. Every time we hear stats, whatever festive season stats we get, whether it's Easter or December, the highest number is actually pedestrian. So we always think it's highway accidents. No, it's actually pedestrians. And now when you then look at the number even further, you realize that it's young pedestrians, young drivers. So it makes it even more scary. Your point is it's more of an issue of they are the biggest number of road users.
It's just pure stats, man. It's the most active, age bracket of the population. So it's people going to school. For example, how many school accidents have we heard of? You know, where firstly, those school cars are overcrowded half the time.
Yeah.
Have you seen? Abantwana bakhe like this, and I don't even know sometimes they can't malume. Yeah?
Malume,
no, abantwana
malume labo drive.
Yeah. But then it's tough, man. Being black is traumatic.
These cars, for their kids are in these cars, or I always ask myself that.
They know.
Do the parents know? This guy has 50 kids in the
parents know.
My mom doesn't have a car, right? Toluti, there's like 2 transports that will go to Forslow, 2 Alberton, 2 Bracken Downs to Glenview Primary School. What choice does she have? You know?
See?
So it's traumatic being black, man. Like, what option really does she have? Because she doesn't have a car, and she can't, even if she did, she can't drive to Bracken Downs early morning
and then go to
and then go to Katlohong to Esibubo Primary Lapa, and then pick me up as well. She can't. So sometimes they leave you in these cars.
Hey, but did you see that video of it's a nice video. Initially, when you watch it, it's a nice video. This guy sees this kid walking alone in the street, and then he stops and offers him some, let me go buy you whatever. But it's a beautiful video of somebody doing something nice and getting the kid shoes. Yeah. But within that conversation is the fact that why is this kid walking alone like this, and why is just a random stranger able to stop? And yes, he's going to go do something nice for the kid, but why is a stranger able to do that? And then you think about stuff like that maybe the mother doesn't have a choice. Maybe there's no other person who can actually walk with this kid to school. There's no other person who can go and pick the child up and all of that. Hey, it's sad, bro.
That one is scary, and I'll tell you where it unsettles me. These kids at intersections where the donation little thing.
I don't give.
That thing completely unsettles me. We are going to
No! I'm so sorry.
I wasn't even done talking.
Go ahead. I don't give. Don't give me. No. I'm very generous. Yes. But I'm always so conflicted when I give a kid who's begging for money or asking for donations, because I'm enabling them to say this is actually a hustle. I'm validating that hustle. That's my issue.
100%. My issue is we should not let them be there. We're dealing with human trafficking at a level that's scary in the country. If you take one of these kids from Fage Motweni and drive off, that's it. And they are there all the time asking for donations. It scares me every time I see it. I don't know how true it is. Maybe Archie can actually, tell us that. So we want these mamas with kids, traffic stops around. Apparently there's syndicates that actually hire women who hire out children from other women. So that's go into that mama with the no, because that generosity comes in when you see that baby. I get it. So now you can also go for your kids. Yeah, bro. No, it's a you can rent out your kid. You can get some money. 50 rands a day. Jeez. Your parent. You're the only person. So it's a holy cuddle, VJ. Holy cuddle. All that, man. They get the kids, drop them off, not even their kids. I don't, and even those ones. And the reason is because some of us are giving them money, because we're giving them money, and what we're doing is fueling this fucked up industry. That industry exists, it's flourishing, it's big, it makes money for those who control the system. Should you not? It's been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun in a typical David Mashebela style. We did it, how long is it? 3 billion hours. I mean, your shows are long, but one remains engaged. Beautiful. I don't know why we've never thought of having Brad Davis as stand-in, Because we've never, man, it was really fun. I enjoyed it. Thank you, sir. I've done this show before, differently. We did the interviews I come in once a year, I guess. I'm that guy. Not wrecking a studio. But thank you again. Thanks for the invite. Thanks, Chillas. I hope you stayed throughout the show, We've enjoyed it thoroughly. We have to say goodbye. Thank you again for the visit.
No, thank you for having me. Like, I had fun, I laughed, and I learned something. Thank you for the Shanghai education. I mean, like, I'm very fascinated about it. I'm going to be telling people like as if I
Well, before we close, bro, I enjoy your feature on 702 with Relebogile.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You talk about stuff on TV. What's there to watch right now? I want to just sit blankly looking at Netflix, Apple TV, and not knowing what to watch. Yeah, it's so annoying.
Yeah. Look. I mean, yeah, you know how sometimes you think you've watched everything. You know, and I always say to people that even when you have guests in your house, you know, let them control.
This is better, man.
You discover new shows, you discover new things to do, and all of that. So yeah.
No, and let me put on a show. Your Friends and Neighbors. Have you seen that show?
Your Friends and Neighbors.
Yeah. Please do the name. Oh, it's a show on Apple thingy. It's amazing, especially the end. So, in a nutshell, this guy is like a hedge fund, whatever manager, big, Wall Street guy. Loses a job for shagging a junior, right? And
Power dynamics.
Yeah, power dynamics.
Yeah.
But he needs to keep up the facade of this rich neighborhood, and no one locks the doors in this neighborhood.
Following the Diddy case at all?
No, not whatsoever.
You're not a big hip hop. You don't listen to hip hop. You're not a hip hop guy.
No, I mean, I like some music, but I'm not interested in Diddy.
Okay. Well, let me kind of give you why I'm bringing the Diddy case, which is kind of interesting, is the claims against Diddy by, maybe Gene Deal, his former bodyguard that was with him all the time, or some of these other names that are coming and making the claims, Jaguar, right, and all this stuff. And also, boom, they're raiding his Miami home and his LA home, right? Okay. And, I go back and I sit there and say, well, if you went to a Diddy party, he had cameras everywhere. He recorded everything. So what if he's got videos on all these other people? And if he's got these videos, they're worried that what if Diddy decides to leak those videos? And what if Diddy got so much power with these videos that he's negotiating to get full protection, and he's kind of pushing the weight a little bit too much? And hey, man, you just crossed the line, and you're not as powerful as you think you are, because these videos that you have and these tapes, that we can really destroy your life. Well, if you do. And then you think, well, Epstein, who had all these parties, and maybe people that went to his place, and everybody wonders, how did Epstein even make his money? Your impression of the guy, being a billionaire, $600-700 million. What is your impression of how your brother made his money? Because he made a lot of money.
He made a lot of money. Well, he started on Wall Street when he was young. And he started on Wall Street when...
He was a math teacher before, right? Or something like that.
Yeah, he taught math in the school in New York City.
Right.
Yeah. Well, he was very good at math.
Right.
Let's put it that way. And he was on Wall Street in the days when Wall Street was like the Wild West. And there was a lot of corruption going on. I remember we were still living in Brooklyn, and he started on Wall Street. And he came home one day. This got to be in the late 70s when he started. And he said to me, I'll never forget, he said, if the general population knew what was taking place on Wall Street, there'd be a revolution in this country. That's a direct quote from him in the late 70s.
In the late 70s?
Yeah, when he started on Wall Street. He was like the youngest partner on Wall Street, but he became a partner in Bear Stearns.
Got it, yeah.
And he all the corruption going on.
He looks like a skinny Lou Ferrigno here. I don't know if you know. Yeah. Does he not? Am I like the only one?
Absolutely.
Put a Lou Ferrigno next to him. He looks like a Lou Ferrigno twin.
That's why I'm laughing, because it's so true.
Type in young, yeah. Oh my God, he looks just like Lou Ferrigno. No relation, right? You guys did?
No.
Yeah. Wow, that was a little too close. Look at that. That is wild.
It's very perceptive on your part.
Yeah. So late 70s, it says if the market knew how much corruption there is. That is wild.
It's very perceptive on your part.
Yeah. So late 70s, it says if the market knew how much corruption there is.
If the population knew how much corruption and what was taking place on Wall Street, there'd be a revolution.
Did he ever break it down and kind of give you some ideas, or not really?
Yeah, he gave me a for instance.
What was some of the...
Well, one instance I remember, he said in the old days, before they changed things, a broker would buy, say, $1 million worth of stock in the morning, and then he'd sell it at the end of the day. If the stock went up, he would then apportion it to the clients he liked. If the stock went up, he'd say, okay, I bought $200,000 from client A, $200,000, for different people, and they get the gains. And if the stock went down for some reason, he can give the losses or whatever you want to give the losses to. So that's been changed. I understand now, well, brokers not really monopolies. Everybody's doing their own work. But then when they changed it, when the broker bought the stock in the morning, he had to declare then who he was buying it for. So then if the stock went up, or the stock went down, those people got the gain or the loss. He couldn't then give the gains to Jim's and the losses to the So that was like just one simple example of what used to take place.
Anything else he told you or no?
Well, yeah, then he actually hooked up with an attorney, and they started going after brokers that were ripping people off. I remember there was one case, I don't know who the client was, but the guy gave a broker $3 million to invest. And after a number of trades, the money was gone. And the broker basically said, well, we made 10 trades and they all lost. Now,
Jeffrey was a mathematician, and he knew that statistically it's almost impossible to lose 10 trades in a row, just like it's almost impossible to win 10 trades in a row. Like the odds are kind of the same. So when he sees that every trade was a loss, even if you did it randomly, you're going to get some gains. So then they started digging into this, and they found that there was a lot more trades made, and money was mishandled, and they would go after the broker and reclaim money. And whatever the money they reclaimed for the investors, they got 50% of. So they made a lot of money reclaiming money that was basically stolen from investors. This is what used to take place.
So what was? But I mean, all of that stuff is great, but the mark to go from $500,000 a year, $1 million a year, $2 million a year, $3 million a year, $5 million a year, $10 million a year. It's hard to make 6 figures. It's harder to make $1 million. It's harder to make $10 million. $600-700 million. How do you make that kind of money?
You make good investments.
Do you know any one of the best investments he ever made?
That he made? I don't know anyone in particular. I know. We didn't talk too much about it, but I know at one point in time he owned, was one of the owners, if not the owner, of the company that made football helmets. I think it's Rydell. They make all the sports team helmets. He bought that company, they were in trouble and everything, and he eventually sold it and made a lot of money with that. I don't know the details of it, but I know he sent me a helmet, so I knew that he actually had the company.
Who is this one guy that we did 2 stories on? The one billionaire that said he paid $120 million of consulting fee to Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh, that was Black.
Yeah, that's Black, right?
Yeah, because I heard that on the news also.
Yeah, Leon Black. Can you go up and just put Leon Black and put Epstein? Leon Black, Epstein. And for estate planning is what I remember. Estate planning. He said he spent there it is. Okay. The billionaire paid Jeffrey Epstein $158 million for tax estate planning. Look, you're smart, okay? And I would use the word astute. Who the hell has ever spent $158 million on estate planning services? I just did estate planning. And I know some of these estate planners that are the high-end estate planners that deal with billionaires. I was at an event a few weeks ago. Only 60 billionaire families were invited. I was there myself. We're at a Goldman Sachs event. It's in Newton, Chicago. It was a very intimate event. And even those guys use similar estate planners that you go through, and you can do unique ways of doing it, the irrevocable life insurance trust, IVAs, all this stuff that you do, okay? You want the world to believe Leon Black gave Epstein $158 million just for tax planning services? If you're enjoying this interview as much as I enjoyed doing it when I was sitting with him, you may want to order the shirt already, because the word allegedly is used a lot in an interview like this, and it's right, you can order the shirt. Last time we launched the allegedly, we sold out in no time. And trust me, it's very interesting. It looks to you when you're in the airport, at the gym, you got a shirt on that says allegedly. People will come and smile at you, laugh at you, but many times they'll say, where did you get the shirt? So pause the video, place your order, and then go back to the interview.
I forgot about that.
Titi monganda.
Ngibandolini zesakhe. Ngibandolini ngithi sibhalele. Oh, bethu nabantwana bam. What have I done? Hi, Bob. I'm so delighted. I charged in the day. Go chat. Huh? You could put in I'll just try.
Do you like you?
That's it. I think yeah. No, there's no more to say.
Team.
311 22.
So excited, and you must understand why people are excited about your responses there. You are a journalist.
Yes.
And journalists, in most instances, would paint the country in a way that the interviewer is taking them. Journalists are not brutally honest when it comes to patriotism and politicking. And I think even Zuma raised it at some point that the media is painting a bad picture about the country. They are supposed to do PR for the country. So people were excited, people were happy that you came out as a patriot, as a South African. And you know, the only party that has got that particular word, patriot, is the Patriotic Alliance. So you feature, you will fit in well in the alliance.
I know you're campaigning. Can I just very quickly, before I want to move on from this, journalist's job is not to actually do PR for the government or for the country. Our job is to hold leadership accountable. That's how you serve a nation. By being able to look at leadership, we're having this conversation now. By being able to ask probing questions about the work being done. That is actually, in and of itself, believe it or not, an act of patriotism. My last part on all of this, my point of departure is, if you listened, I spoke that crime is actually a problem. I'm not going to lie for South Africa, because that's also not how you get South Africa right. But anyway, thank you for that. Thank you for campaigning for me to join PA. I'd rather stay on this side of the political landscape. So you've been jobbing MMC for how long now?
Since 2023 February, so which is 2 years and about 3-4 months.
How are you finding local government?
See, government in general, not just local government. Yes, I'm here, but I think this is what happens in the province and at national. You need to have political leadership that understand how the system works, that understands profit, production, holding people accountable. So when I came in, and I'll make an example at JRA, one of the regions was on strike for 2 months. From January, I came in February, they were already on strike for over a month. For what? For bonuses. Because some of them were not paid bonuses, others were paid bonuses.
So they were doing a sit-in. It is just after a rainy season. The roads were badly damaged at that time in 2023 when I became the MMC of Transport, Roads and Transport. And I went there after about 2 weeks of me being the MMC, because I had to go from department to department, entity to entity, just to understand what the department is about. What are the entities doing?
To get a sense of, yeah.
Yes. So once I did that, I then went to this region to go and hear the cries. The leader there was saying, as we were walking towards them, these are the guys that will patch your potholes, do resurfacing of roads. He was saying, whoever opens his mouth here must give us the time and the date when I'm being paid bonuses. Now, I am with the acting CEO, very tall white man, Louis Nell. I'm the political accounting officer. I'm with the administrative accounting officer. So the two highest people in the department are being told by the lowest ranking people that when you come here and you open your mouth, you must give us the date and the time. And I watched senior officials trying to talk to them, say, but the MMC wants to understand your issues. He was just appointed. No. Even that MMC of yours, when he opens his mouth, he must give us the date and the time. That was the first time I was blessed with understanding the attitude of officials, employees of government. They have no regard for authority. And I decided to leave because I wasn't going to do what I'm being told. So I said to the CEO, let's go. We left. But as we are leaving, I see one of the senior officials at the depot is talking to this leader wearing a t-shirt of a union, is talking to this leader as we are leaving. Then I stopped the car and I said, Mamelam, call me that gentleman there and call me all other senior guys here at the depot. I'm standing outside of the car. I said, now I understand where the problem is here. Those people there are not the problem. I want to see HODs, depot managers, everyone on Monday the following week. It was a Tuesday. I said Monday the following week, 7 o'clock. And I wanted to get a sense. Then we left. But I'm boiling, man. How can you haven't spoken to me? You haven't had my response to your issue, and you just decide to instruct me like that. So I then said to the CEO, I called him, I said, can you just park behind me on the highway? Came out, I said, CEO, I want you to call the depot manager now and tell him if these people are not at work by 8 o'clock tomorrow, I want him to dismiss all of them. He must fire all of them. Once, tell him that when we drop the call, he must talk to HR to start preparing dismissal letters and an advert. I'm responsible for service delivery here. He said, no, labor processes. I said, don't tell me about the labor processes. I'm talking about service delivery that is affected here. That's my responsibility. And we left. Wednesday morning, 7:45, the CEO called me. MMC, there's no need for letters. The guys are on the back of the trucks. They are going to work. That region is the hardest working region since 2023. That region works at night when there is flooding. That region is so on Monday, the boardroom was full of depot managers, regional ops managers, HODs. And I said to them, I now understand why there's no service delivery here. There was a rumor. I saw pictures of asphalt being dumped on the parks because people want to go home early. I saw potholes not being fixed for months because people don't care. But the problem is not these people. I showed leadership and the people are back at work. From last week Wednesday, they've been working. Today they are at work, which means you are not managers. You are not leading these people. You come to work at 8, you leave at 9. That's why you can't even track when they are leaving. You tell them to go and patch people's driveways with asphalt of the city that the city pays for. So you cannot give them instructions because you instruct them to do corrupt things. So even when I'm there as the MMC and the CEO, you have no authority over them. So if the depot is not functional, I am firing the depot manager and the HOD because I need the manager. That's how I started.
Let's speak about the now, because when you speak about that kind of intervention, then in my head I think this should have reached the entire city. But Kenny, I use these roads and it's very hard to believe that there's improvement. So that suggests to me that people are still not able to do their jobs as they ought to, or there are no resources for them to do their jobs. Have you seen London Road?
Right.
Perpetually in a state of disarray. But just generally though, the question I'm asking to answer is the lack of improvement on the Joburg roads. It's a constant cry from motorists.
All right. I introduced a different work ethic at GRA.
Yeah.
It's spread all across the 7 regions, and the regions are working. You can ask councillors; they will tell you that things have improved. That's when I got the nickname Papa Action within the city. The challenge that we are sitting with is 30 years ago, over 30 years ago, and this I was told by a SAMU leader who works at GRA. He said to me, MMC, a few months after we started, after I started, he said, MMC, we appreciate the work ethic that we've introduced. Crack the whip. He said over 30 years ago, there were between 18 and 25 members in a team. Now, a depot would have about 6, 7, 8 teams, depending on how big the region is. So those 6, 7 teams would have 18 to 25 people in that team. Now today, GRA has got 6 people in one team from 25. That's why GRA has become a 10111, an ambulance. That is the first challenge, human resource. The second challenge, the city is not collecting enough. So the city is not able to give a CAPEX budget to JRA to mitigate all these challenges. Number 3, when it rains, the road gets damaged. Water is an enemy of asphalt. Number 4, you have a road infrastructure that has outlived its lifespan. These roads were built 40, 50 years ago, some of them 60 years ago. The mining underground has also caused damage to our roads. Now, illegal mining has exacerbated the situation. That's why we have sinkholes on our roads.
Yeah.
Because of illegal mining underground, the Department of Minerals does not care to assist with budget. I took them to Davidsonville. I showed them when it rains, how that mining sand gets into people's houses. I said to them, can you put a budget aside? Let us mitigate. They don't care. They went with me. They saw. When my team made a follow-up from my office, the region said we have written to national. There's no response. That's 2 years ago. So, but then, with all these things, those are the challenges. So when you patch a pothole is but a symptom of a damaged road. That's why the potholes keep coming, because we have
Negro, the white liberal is able to use the Negro as a pawn or a weapon in this political football game that is constantly raging between the white liberals and the white conservatives. The American Negro is nothing but a political football, and the white liberals control this ball through tricks or tokenism or promises of integration and civil rights. In this game of deceiving and using the American Negro, the white liberals have completed the cooperation of the Negro Civil Rights League to sell our people out for a few crumbs of token recognition, token gain, token progress.
Now, when you hear this speech is given in the 60s, maybe late 50s and 60s, because he died, I want to say, February of 1965, and MLK died, Dr. King died April 4th of 68, right? So this message is being given at a time where it's like, wait a minute, were white liberals the same then as they are today? Have they been at it for this long of a time? Where even Malcolm X said this? How do you process what Malcolm X just said in this message?
I totally agree, and it's been the foundation of everything that I have done since then. That's what drove me. I go further by saying that many of the black elected officials and others commit treason against their own people by using race to deflect attention away from their own failures. In Baltimore, Freddie Gray was killed. That's when, to deflect attention away from why are blacks failing in school systems and in cities run by their own people for the past 50 years. If racism were the issue, then tell me, why are they failing? But the answer that they give is, well, the police are agents of white supremacy. There's always a racial deflection that prevents them from taking responsibility of why they are running their systems. But many of them are hypocrites because they don't live by the same rules. Eleanor Holmes Norton, Jesse Jackson, all of them sent their children to private schools in Washington while opposing school choice for poor black people. So you have this contradiction, but race really is being used as a shield and a sword, a shield to deflect attention away from their failure to address problems that were promised by the Civil Rights Movement.
How can you manipulate for this long, though? One may ask, how can you manipulate? 2012, 93% of African Americans voted Democrat. 2016, 89% of African Americans voted Democrat. 2020, 87%. So 93, 89, 87 voted Democrat. And, Malcolm X said this at the year that he said. This is 60-something years. How can you manipulate an entire voting bloc, an entire community for this many decades?
Because race is a very emotional, deeply emotional issue. It's like the state of Israel is to Jews. It's an emotional issue, like abortion is to the right to life. And so it is a deeply, and they know it, and they do manipulate it that long. But also it's because Republicans have not been competitive either. When they were successful. Look at Dick Reardon in L.A. He was the first Republican mayor in 35 years. How did he do that? Dick Reardon planted charitably 2 years before he harvested political. He went to the low-income Hispanic community and said, what is it that you need to rebuild your community? And he brought some of his friends to the table, and they built a state-of-the-art facility so that those communities could engage in after-school activities to teach English. It was only after he planted charitably that those liberal Democratic leaders embraced Dick Reardon. He became the first Republican mayor in 35 years, and when he got reelected by 60% of the demographic. DeSantis in 2018 got elected because of the black vote. He ran against Gillum, right? Andrew Gillum. But DeSantis only won by 32,000 votes because 100,000 low-income black parents voted because of his position on choice in education. They voted for him, even though Barack Obama and Oprah Winfrey was brought in to campaign for Gillum. So you have 100,000 blacks voting against Obama and voting against Oprah to elect because they made a decision based upon the content of the issue. And not enough Republicans did what DeSantis did. And when they do, I think they will be competitive. But apathy is what's keeping blacks. Also, if you look at some of those high crime neighborhoods, in the mayor's race, only 8 to 10% of the people vote because there's such deep apathy in those communities. But low-income blacks are sleeping giants. They're going to wake up one day soon.
Low-income blacks are going to wake up one day.
Wake up and realize how they're being pimped and how they're being used.
What's the tipping point? What needs to happen for them to wake up?
I think the violence that is you're seeing now, a lot of unrest. 80% of black Americans polled do not support defender police. 80%. But you won't know that by looking at the media. And 60% of blacks do not believe that racial discrimination is the biggest barrier to their flourishing. And so the challenge that we have is and what we're doing at the Woodson Center is giving voice to those people. We have about a couple thousand women who are Voices of Black Mothers United. These are women, moms who lost children to domestic violence. They're coming. The leading cause of death of black kids is homicide. In Silicon Valley, it's suicide with lung cancer. And in Appalachia, it's prescription drugs. Well, the Woodson Center brought together representatives from those 3 communities, called the Mothers Consortium. And it was just common ground there. We united. And so what we must do is we must deracialize race. But it's not enough to talk about what you're against. You've got to talk about what you're for. We should be for the saving of the children's lives. And so what we're doing at the Woodson Center is mobilizing mothers from those 3 communities to come together and say that we must do everything we can to fill the hole that's in the hearts of our children that causes them to devalue their life to the point where they're willing to take their own or take someone else's. They're different sides of the same coin.
Could you find out what the reason was for homicide, for suicide, and for prescription drugs? Like what's the reason?
Emptiness. Emptiness. When you keep telling, when you keep broadcasting to people that they live in a country that despises them, particularly the low-income blacks, that you live in a country that despises you, like the 1619 Project said, that racism defines them, all whites are villains and victimizers and they're privileged. That message gets communicated to blacks that perhaps the reason that this is happening is because they are unworthy. So the message of unworthiness comes from the very people who are supposed to be social justice warriors. And you say to a child, a white child, that you're devalued because you're privileged and you are an oppressor. Those are very dangerous messages that we're sending to our children when we keep saying to them that they live in a country that despises them because they're white and derides them because they're black. I mean, that's a very poisonous message. And that's why at the Woodson Center we're doing everything we can to mobilize that consensus among the people suffering the problem.
So if you like this clip and you want to watch another one, click right here. And if you want to watch the entire podcast, click right here.
It is not a race problem in America.
When you say that, a lot of people would disagree with you. They would say, how could you say that? You know, maybe maybe it wasn't back then, but you don't know the America today. You know, you don't know what's going on with the challenges they're facing and the level of racism they're experiencing today in the marketplace because maybe you are disconnected, kind of like how you were when you thought everybody was black until you joined the army. You realize that you only hate the black. What do you say to people that literally 100% disagree with you and they say there is racism today? It is a challenging time today. What do you say to them?
I say, look at the evidence. Look at the evidence. You know, a lot of people are like the farmer that came to the creek where it was like it was 3 feet high and moving at about 20 miles an hour, and he forced the mule in and it was swept down the creek. A year later, he comes to the same crossing. This time it's only 6 inches. The mule refuses to go in because the mule had good memory but poor judgment. Conditions were not like they were back in segregation when I was locked up twice in Mississippi. Conditions have changed, but many of us but again, look at the evidence. When whites were at their worst, we were at our best. As I said, in 1930 to 1940, when segregation and racism was enshrined in law, blacks had the highest marriage rate of any group in society. Elderly people could walk safely in those communities without fear of being assaulted by their grandchildren. So let's look at the evidence. When we refused access to hotels, we built our own hotels, financed by our own means. The Wallahaji in Atlanta, the Carver and Calvert Hotel in Florida, the St. Charles in Chicago, the St. Teresa in New York. I could go on and on. When we were denied access to colleges, we built our own. And in fact, our small business formation rate was higher than whites in the 20s, and that really determines any group's participation in the economy. It is not what government does for you or what white people do. In fact, I think those who continue to push this race agenda are Eurocentric. They assume that the destiny of blacks is determined by what white people do. That has never been the case. We closed the education gap in the South between 1920 and 1940. How did we do it? Julius Rosenthal, the CEO of Sears, came together with Booker T. Washington, and he put up $4 million. The black community matched it with $4.8 million. We built 5,000 schools to teach ex-slaves how to read and write. And as a consequence of that study, between 1920 and 1940, the education gap in the South between whites and blacks was 3 years. 8th grade for whites, 5th grade for blacks. Within 20 years, that gap closed within 6 months. There were 5 high schools at the turn of the century in New York, Baltimore, Washington, Atlanta, and New Orleans. They had used textbooks, overcrowded classrooms, half the budgets of white schools. But every one of those schools out-tested every white school in those cities. If we were able to close the education gap between 1920 and 1940 through self-determination and hard work, if we were able to out-test white schools in those cities, then the question is, in those same schools today in Baltimore, for instance, where they're run by blacks, not a single student could read at grade level or perform at grade level. And so how can you say that it is racism that is the cause of the present day challenges when under segregation we achieved? One other example we gave from our studies. In 1943, blacks were prohibited from being naval officers. Eleanor Roosevelt was persuaded her husband to train them, so they selected 16 black college-educated men for training, the Naval Academy, not the Academy, the Naval Training Center. The Navy says, aha, we're going to give these black cadets in 8 weeks what we give white cadets in 16, so they wash out. When these brothers found out what the deal was, they covered the windows in their barracks and stayed up all night and studied. When they were tested, they scored in the 90th percentile.
Wow.
So then they said, well, they cheated. So they tested them individually. They scored in the 93rd percentile. 13 of them eventually became naval officers. They called them the Golden 13. You can look it up. That test, the test scores today has never been better. So, again, I respond to people with evidence. the incarceration rates of blacks from the turn of the century up to the 60s.
That's why fast food chains taste different in different regions sometimes.
I wonder when you think like this, right? And then I think back to your dad. It's interesting that you say, I didn't know him. And yet, from my reading of you, so much of you seems like a deep knowing of him.
Because I'm him. And that's also a mind fuck. Is looking at yourself and going, oh, let's see, I care about people. Check. Okay. I figured out a way to use my gift to enrich and educate people. Okay. Check. Healthy distrust of close relationships. Check. Damn, I'm just doing what he do. I'm just a little funnier than him. You know, I still have, I was looking at my phone earlier because I was trying to find this, but it's like, I will have like a random premise and then it's something that gets to a deeper theme, but I don't know how to make it like funny to me. And like there was a movie called The Assignment with Michelle Rodriguez, where a male hitman is turned into, to get revenge on a hitman, a male hitman is turned into a woman.
Sounds familiar. When was this
and so
movie
now
called?
the woman hitman is looking for the surgeon that turned her into a woman to get revenge. Correct. And so, how did this movie? 2019. Okay. So a bigger conversation about transphobia, like that movie in its core, is to me. How I get to the joke, I don't know. But the challenge of that, like that's the stuff. That's the material that excites me.
But that's
like
what that's what I mean. But this is what I mean about being your father's son, right? And what your book goes through in so many ways is your dad was living this life. Like I love that you do the checking of the boxes. And the natural question that it brings me to is, how do you then choose? You talk a little bit about auditing. One of the most beautiful lines in the book, and I'll paraphrase it in case I get it wrong, but you basically say, nothing makes you audit your relationship with your parents like having a child of your own.
Yeah.
Because when you have a child of your own, you then have to ask yourself what you want them to take of you. Yeah. But then you then have to ask yourself who you really are. Mm-hmm. And in asking yourself who you really are, you have to ask yourself who made you that way.
What are the worst parts of you?
Exactly.
And how do you not accidentally infuse those things into the child unknowingly? Which means you have to be conscious of the fact that something as simple as saying I love you. Pops didn't do that. From the old school, so he just buy you some food. Like it's like one of them old school black jokes where your mama come in, you hungry after she done gave you a whooping or some shit. Like that's what my dad was. My dad was
educator and provider.
I'll tell you something that scares me to that point where I don't know if I'm doing what he did. So my parents were separated until third grade. Yeah, that's when my parents got back together. So my mother and I lived in Memphis before we moved in with him in Birmingham. My pops would come to Memphis once a month. And he'd stay for a day and a half, maybe 2 days, but he would sleep half of that. And knowing what I know now,
love you.
You're older dude, you want a nap. I'm 46, I want a nap. This motherfucker was knocking 70. So yeah, you want a nap. And you drove 3.5 hours, and you worked mornings, and he did morning radio for 5 hours, and then he did an evening jazz, and he did a talk show in the afternoon, and that would roll into a jazz show. So yeah, just tired. But he would always bring me a truck. He'd bring me like a little toy truck from some truck stop or some shit or whatever. And I played with the truck, but they were all forgettable toys, nothing that stood out. And then fast forward, I'd say maybe 2 years ago, let's just say second grade, when my son was in second grade, he's in fourth grade now. Let's just say second grade. First grade, it became sentient about me being gone.
Yeah.
You know, because I move out of the house. So it's kind of a, Dad, where are you type thing. And we're explaining to him the dynamics of what co-parenting would be. And then I think that second grade, I felt my relationship with him becoming a little bit more sentient and him missing me. Like, man, where you been, man? I want to throw. He wants to do the things. He just wants to be with his pops. And that would have held true even if I were under the same roof. Yeah. But that shit hurt. Ooh. They never been missed by nobody.
Well, no one's told you they missed you.
Okay. And so this idea of, all right, well, when I'm gone, he needs to know why I'm gone. So the relationship becomes a little bit more communicative when I'm gone. Yeah. Here's a video or the thing, I'll send that to his tablet. We'll FaceTime here and there, but I more so enjoy sending him, perfect example. He loves trains, transportation, planes, all that. So if it's a city he's never been to, I'm first person POV camera from the time I get off the plane, show him the whole airport, shoot that nice 7-minute video, break that bitch down into 2-minute chunks so he can send quicker. And then I'll get on the train that morning. We did 20 cities in 30 days through Canada last year. And every day I rode mass transit in the morning to go get a paper. And we just ride the train all day. Here's the transit. So I look like a tourist, which really used to scare me because now I look robbable. You know what I'm saying? Like my spidey senses, it's just...
Yeah, your paranoia's off the charts right now.
I'm from at the time, the most murderous zip code in Birmingham. Like facts. So my paranoia is justified. That PTSD, that comes with you in a nice little knapsack. So I'll send videos, and sometimes I'll bring a little toy, a little souvenir, and now I rack my brain on when he's older. Does he equate that to me trying to be connected, or does he look at it the way I look at the trucks? It's just a fickle, lazy motherfucker.
It's an interesting one.
But you don't know for another 30 years. You don't know till he has his kid, probably.
You know, the thing yesterday was when we were discussing this episode, if you'd allow me, was I knew I was not going to read the book, and I didn't want to because I wanted to experience the book through you. But I experienced a bit of you from him. Then I remember saying, I don't think from this conversation Roy has ever been a child.
Yeah, you did say that.
I said he's never been a child. But what we find is, what you've explained about kids and parenting, is that kids, if there's more than one sibling in a household, they'll experience parents differently because children allow you a chance to reinvent yourself. So you become whoever you want them to be. I mean, you want them to see as it goes. Having one child is the ultimate gift and curse because they experience you transforming in front of them. So you can never have that one idea that you think they will have of you. But what happened was, I think your dad, his practicality showed up in real life when you were growing up and in your life right now as a grown-up. Because when he was older, obviously, and you were younger, he understood that he didn't have time. He wasn't going to see you as a 25-year-old man if you take the age gap. So he knew that he had to be practical. So what he had to do was, he had to make you a father. And your child made you a son. Because you're out here now, you're playing, you're taking videos, you're taking pictures of things, you're looking like a tourist, you want to be a child, you want to hug him, you want to show him that you love him. So those are your gifts. Those are the things that he left you with. He made you a father, your son made you a child. And that's what you must take with you. But often it happens that we want to live vicariously sometimes, and we get fixated on the mistakes of others. And in life there comes a time where you equalize. Now you understand why your dad had to take that nap.
Yeah.
At first you might have thought, he's avoiding me, he doesn't want to be it. Now you understand exactly why
I didn't want to nap so bad.
After working at Quick Street, you understand. And that's what I find whenever Troy and I have conversation, we get to that point where we like, how do we reconcile our pasts and make peace with it? And I think with this conversation right here, from the little that I know of you, and I'm sure there's a lot to find out, is you are reconciling, balancing the books. You took the good, you discarded the bad, and you're infusing it now in your life. And your dad lives through you, and your son lives through you. So I think that gap and that distance between what your dad could have been in your life and what you want to be in your son's life is visible in how you show up in your son's life.
That's beautiful. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
I try now with him to just be very verbal about feelings, sharing feelings. To me, the main thing is love, and how does that manifest? How do you receive it?
Yeah.
Teach him how to receive it, teach him how to show it. I can do that. I'm good.
Does he know how funny you are?
Funny, no. But he knows, he is aware of what I do.
No. Does he know how funny you are?
I make him laugh.
That's what I mean.
Does he laugh at the jokes that I do on CNN?
No, forget that. I'm saying, does he know how funny you are?
How funny, no, but I can make him laugh from time to time.
Okay.
Yeah.
No,
because he's got a sense of humor too.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. That's one of the things that I think we take for granted is, this is what I felt when I was reading the book, right? And I was thinking of your dad, and I was going, I think one of the greatest acts of love that you've committed in this book is, you've processed your father through the most generous lens possible, which is love. You've got a man who had another family in the same town as you, and it wasn't a secret, but it still holds a bit of shame. You know, when you and your mom are fighting against this thing, you've got this world where you're trying to cement yourself and have the things that you could have but you don't have, and your dad's withholding them from you. You know, he's not paying the gas bill because he's fighting with your mom, or he feels like you and your mom are up against him, so he's going to make you both pay and not pay the gas bill or not pay the electric bill. He's going to teach you both a lesson. And you're like, no, but I'm on your side. And he's like, no, you're not, boy. You're not on my team. You know what I mean? Despite all of that, I read the book and I went, damn, I felt for your dad. I saw him as a human being. I didn't see him as a villain. I didn't see him as... You spend so much time trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, in a beautiful way, by the way. And I was like, damn, what an act of love. And I think what it got me thinking about, because I think so many people go through this, is when your parents, or when you are forced to focus on survival, we take for granted how many elements of living we put aside. You know? Love, intimacy, fun, joy, fiction, imagination, vision, just random things. We focus so much. Think about how many people have grown up and are growing up in worlds where the only thing they're allowed to think about is surviving. So your dad goes, Roy, I need you to be educated, and I need you to know how to navigate the world.
And watch out for these white people.
Exactly. I can't teach you joy.
And don't pay your taxes because they're taking the black man's right to vote away in 2040. Just saying, this is the type of shit we talking about. Let me talk about the car.
Yeah, but if you think about it though, if you think about it though, he has to tell you that because he can't tell you how to have fun because he didn't come from fun. He didn't have fun. Do you get what I'm saying? So he's like, I need to teach you how to survive. And I was thinking, man, it's so crazy how that becomes the thing that sort of we lose out on. The way I was thinking of it was, I was going, we always have to be careful, especially if we're the next generation. If you have the luxury of being the next generation that can move forward, I think it's very crucial to remember in life that you are trying to survive. But on the other side of survival, you need to remember all the luxuries you couldn't include in survival, because those are the things that make surviving worthwhile. Do you know what I'm saying? You want to win the war, but you want to win it so that you come back to your friends and family and laugh. If you can't come back and laugh, that's exactly it. Because otherwise, what was it for? Like, what were you actually fighting for as an idea, or do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's like the whole point of it was for my son to be able to be relaxed and not have to think about
exactly
a million different things. But how do you prepare someone for the world while also giving them agency to still be a child and making sure that there's a balance in that? Which is why I try to let them laugh with me. Crack a joke. You have the one thing, and this is more from my mom. He always has freedom of opinion. You can share it respectfully, but like all of that, be quiet and stay in shop. You think this up? Tell me why. Break it down. Get like,
yeah.
Give me the logic of it. I still might not agree with you, but we can have. Don't ever be afraid to bring something to me or to share something with me or talk to me about stuff. And I think that those were the things where I think as parents, we are either the parent we wish we had or we're a carbon copy.
The parent we had. The parent we wish we didn't have. Yeah.
And the right balance is somewhere in the middle. But I mean, man, we laugh but you know, me and my son laugh at it's a lot of inside joke stuff.
Yeah, no, that's all comedy. That's all comedy, if we're honest.
We watched Interstellar a couple times, and Matthew McConaughey's character's got that robot TARS that he's always telling to do stuff. So if we're telling another one to do stuff, TARS, I need you to go in there and get the TARS, I need you to take a shower and get ready for bed. Does not compute. He'll say, does not compute. Like, no, I just told you. So
that was
it can be something as silly as that. I talk to you as if you're an AI robot.
Yeah, but that's what I mean.
So funny.
Banking, investment banking, that most people don't know.
Well, the investment banking that I do, and of course investment banking is now a sort of term that encompasses many different things. CISWA is the provision of financial advice and strategic advice, the acquisition, the disposal of companies, large or small, the raising of capital, either in the public or the private markets, both debt and equity capital, advising governments, and over the past 40 plus years, I've advised many governments around the world, from those in Latin America, those in the former Soviet Union, to of course in Africa as well. And advising those governments either on raising capital, restructuring their finances, or indeed on some of the privatization processes, bringing the private sector in to play a more fundamental role. And I've done that both in Africa as well as in Asia, as I said, as well as in Latin America. And I think that that is very different from, if you like, the global markets activities of the research, sales and trading in equities, or indeed the provision of finance. When I was initially at Morgan Grenfell, it was in the pure provision of finance. It was acquired by Deutsche Bank. It was a very big move by Deutsche Bank at the time. And then we became a full-blooded, if you like, all-service singing and dancing investment bank that provided everything. So I had lots of exposure to, if you like, the full suite of those activities. And when I came to South Africa, effectively to run Deutsche Bank's business, then we were actually pursuing all of those activities. But my heart truly has been in the provision of strategic advice, whether it be to the public or the private sector, and indeed working at the interface between the public and the private sector to make sure that we can harness the skills and capabilities within business and within the business community, but also recognizing the role, remit, and ultimate responsibility of governments and their sovereignty.
Standard Bank's CEO, Sim Chabalala, recently spoke about African sovereign debt and said that he believes it's rated four rungs below where it needs to be. I wonder what you make of that suggestion, given that a lot of the thinking around B20 and G20 was trying to extricate the African continent from this debt burden and indeed the debt servicing cost burden under which many African economies are laboring.
So you're absolutely right. There's two elements to this. The first is the quantum of the debt. The second is the cost associated with it, the premium that people are paying on that debt. There are many countries, including those in Africa, that are, I would argue, over-indebted, that they have too much restraint on their sovereign balance sheet, and the consequence of that is that their debt service obligations, be it repaying the debt, or the principal, or servicing the debt, paying interest or a coupon on that debt, erodes their ability to actually focus their time and attention, and indeed their priorities, on providing basic support and services to the population at large. Interestingly, the most indebted countries are not in Africa. The most indebted countries are in the West, or indeed the United States. In fact, the argument, as you know, is that if you really want to make sure that the banks aren't going to go after you, make sure that you owe them so much money that they can't go after you. But there's no doubt that many countries, and South Africa is one such, has seen the level of its debt to GDP increase dramatically over many years, and this is a warning signal to many investors and institutions and rating agencies. And I'm sure we'll come on to rating agencies in a moment. The second is the premium associated with that debt, and of course, the lower one's credit rating, the higher the cost of it. There's been a lot of debate, most recently last week in the B20 and G20, as you've said, as to whether or not there isn't a perception premium that's attached to Africa that doesn't actually reflect the fundamentals, the economic and political fundamentals of the countries concerned. That the rating agencies, and very great significance is attached to the ratings that are provided by rating agencies, operate in a rather opaque manner. Nobody really knows what goes on behind closed doors. That's the thesis, even if they say that they're transparent about their approach. And therefore that African countries in particular, but not only, are penalised accordingly. So not only do they have to repay the principal, as I said, but also they have to service the debt. of course, much work has been done. In fact, I think that there are now 5 or 6 studies that are contemporaneously in the market, effectively. The most recent one was done by our own travel lab. It's an excellent piece of work, which he presented to President Ramaphosa in his capacity as the president of G20 a few weeks ago, which of course was one of the key building blocks of the declaration that was made over the weekend. And there's no doubt that many of us, I believe, would concur with the conclusions and the recommendations that there needs to be a fundamental reset of the way in which borrowing countries are viewed by those who lend to them, whether in the market, multilateral, bilateral agencies, private and public, as well as I said, the role of the rating agencies. But by the same token, that there needs to be a level of caution and prudence.
Watch out, vehicle on shoulder ahead.
Those countries approach their borrowing and having the right approach is absolutely fundamental. My concern, I have to say, is that although we saw, and maybe we'll talk about this, the declaration adopted unanimously, I suppose, in the votes to votes, we do have to ask ourselves the question as to how implementable some of these recommendations are without the United States of America being part of that process. But I think it is fair to say that we need to have a much more pragmatic approach to ensuring that countries have the wherewithal to be able to provide what is required for their citizenry without it being eclipsed by their level of borrowing. And of course, the final point I make is that companies may become bankrupt, but countries effectively cannot be that.
And this ties into, as we say, ratings agencies on the one hand, these external bodies that kind of verify the credibility of a country's economy in the end. And we've scored a recent win with the FATF removal from the grey list. What do you think the importance of South Africa being removed from the grey list is, and how do we make sure we don't get put back onto it?
So they're both key questions because we had worked in support of the government, and I think we need to give credit where credit is due. Government led by National Treasury, and specifically by Ishmael Mumuni, played a phenomenal role in terms of identifying how we could effectively remove ourselves and be removed from the FATF grey list. As you said, if you look 2 years ago, of the 40 area team that we were divisioned, and we moved, I would argue, at breakneck speed to address each and every one of them progressively, and in doing so, National Treasury, Reserve Bank, other agencies of government worked hand in glove with the private sector to make sure that we could put our best foot forward. Putting our best foot forward was putting in place the reforms, the systems, the processes, the governance, the oversight that is required to give people the comfort that actually we should not be on the grey list, we should stay off the grey list, because we now have financial systems that withstand scrutiny, in particular, of course, with respect to anti-money laundering and the proceeds of crime and corruption. Now, I think we need to, by the same token, acknowledge that staying off the grey list is as important as being taken off the grey list. It was one of the key indicators for rating agencies along with structural reform. And there's absolutely no doubt in my mind that there is more that we can, should, and must do to stay off the grey list. One of them, of course, is making sure that we don't just have the ability to identify, but to properly prosecute complex crimes, particularly financial crimes. Secondly, that we have a track record of receiving information, for example, from banks, and being able to process that information appropriately. But at the end of the day, all of this goes through the banking system formally or informally. And the banks in South Africa have played, again, a significant role alongside other financial institutions in providing the support, the wherewithal, and I think, in fact, there's some transparency that's required to give the comfort and the confidence to the Financial Action Task Force that we should be removed from the grey list. Now, the question that you ask about how do we stay off the grey list is equally important, which is that it's not just a single event; it's an ongoing level of commitment that is required, and I would say improvement in our reporting, in our ability to prosecute, in ensuring that we have the right systems and processes in place, and ultimately governance. And governance goes hand in glove with transparency and indeed with accountability. And I think that directionally, there's no doubt that we all understand, certainly those in the private sector and those who are tasked with this responsibility within government, as to the import of what you and I are talking about. Because at the end of the day, there's a cost attached. The cost attached is that if you're on the grey list, there are certain sources of capital that are not available, and those that are available attach a further premium to it. So it's in our national interest to make sure not only that we stay off the grey list for grey list purposes, but for best economic outcomes.
Absolutely, and I wonder where you stand on this debate that's emerging right now as to whether South Africa's economy is turning the corner. On the one hand, there are those who say, well, look at the grey list, look at Eskom, Green Shoots and Transnet. We have, as Colin Coleman, who was recently on here, said, some are saying we've reached the bottom. Others say, well, these are wonderful signs, but really ultimately vanity metrics. Growth is still not where it needs to be, unemployment, inequality, and so we shouldn't celebrate prematurely. Where do you stand on whether we are truly turning a corner, or whether we might actually be, or we might still have a further way to fall?
Yeah. So I think that unfortunately these things are not binary; they're very complex.
Sure.
There is no doubt that there is further that we could go to fall. Life could become more challenging. Having said that, we've made dramatic progress over the past 3 or 4 years, and certainly the way that I look at it is that
come from now. That side down. If you get off there, gonna stop there, you're gonna see now down nice, gonna take everything. All right.
In 600 meters, drop off on the left. Drop off on the left.
Here now you sit down, now you take everything. Thank you, Mama.
Beef and going back into the past. Now, let's address the whole idea behind beef. I hate beef. I hate getting angry at people, and I am not currently in any beefs, all right? So I want to just make sure that we're very, very clear about that. Even when you have disagreements, that don't necessarily be beef. And even when you have miscommunication, it's not necessarily beef. It's really just that, miscommunication, and sometimes misunderstandings, but beef is a whole nother concept. So I want people to really understand that I have no ill will and no negative feelings or sentiments towards people. When you get past a certain age, that stuff is old, because the goal, getting out of the hood and the goal growing up, was to get to this point in life to where you can enjoy life, things are awesome, you know, you want to be able to ride your bike and have fun, and you know, you do all of the things that make you happy versus giving energy or negativity to things that don't necessarily add value into your life. So if you ever dealing with something where you feel like it is putting you in a negative space, and this is not directed towards anything or anyone in particular, that's a fact. But if you ever dealing with something to where it's drawing you into a negative space, or it consistently, and this could be a girl, right? It could be a chick that you're talking to. It could be a circle that you're surrounded by. It could be a job that you in. It can be an environment that you continue to subject yourself to. You got to remove yourself, and you got to surround yourself with things that make you or put you in a better space that allow for you to be a more complete human being. You see what I'm saying? You are the sum total of the people that you surround yourself with. And so you're going to evolve throughout your life, and you're going to see things, you're going to go through things. It kind of reminds me of high school. When I think about high school, when I think about a lot of times when you run into people that are only focused on how great they was in high school, it's like, so you telling me that was like your apex, that was the top of where you was at? You know what I'm saying? Like, I went to my high school reunion one time. I went to my 10-year high school reunion, and it was cool, running into everybody. And then after that, like, man, I'm not going to all of the meetups. I'm not going to no 20-year. I'm not doing none of that because, and it's not that the people aren't cool or whatever like that, but especially when you talk about this social media era, you already can see where I'm at. You can see what I'm doing every single day. A lot of people already know what's happening with me.
I know, or I keep in touch with the people that I'm really, really cool with, or the people that I've been friends with since high school, or even all the way down to kindergarten. You know what I'm saying? And it's because we are equally yoked and we're going into the same direction. Sometimes people are only there in your life for that time, and that time is awesome, but you don't have to always relive it. You don't always have to go back to it, because you're going and you're growing. Both of y'all are growing into different directions. You know what I'm saying? And so I think that what people don't understand a lot of times, especially when you get older, and I'm going to assume that a lot of people is of mixed ages. I looked at my demographics. We study them every month because we also got to submit them to the sponsors and stuff. But I looked at my demographic, and my demographic go all the way from maybe like 18, 20 up to like 54, majority men. And so when I speak to the majority of the audience that is resonating or following the content. I don't speak in general just to the general sentiment of people. Now, it can be applied for everybody, but my whole point is that growth is good. Growth is good. For me, specifically, if you notice, I never, ever am looking to go backwards or taking 200 steps backwards just to recapture a feeling, and I certainly, and this is really, really the biggest thing, I never do what people tell me I'm supposed to do. I do what I think makes the most sense as far as the direction that God is leading me in. And like I said, sometimes you link up with people, or sometimes you go, and it's an awesome thing. It's an awesome thing. I'm not going to try to go back into something for money. I'm not going to try to do, like, I don't even want to go back to previous jobs. I could amicably split from a job, and I never leave a job on bad blood or in a bad space. And I never feel a certain type of way with that job. But I'm going to just tell you, honest to God, there is nothing in my life that I feel like, or I look back in the past and I say, man, I want to go back to that, or man, I want to recapture that. I'm not interested in that. It ain't a job that I've never been to that I'm saying, y'all want to go back to that, because I'm so focused on where I'm going instead of where I come from. It ain't a woman or a hoe that I didn't deal with where I'm like, man, that was a great, no, she was there for a moment, and she was there, and we had a great time, and now it's time to move on from her. You know what I'm saying? The only things I like old is money and classic cars. That's it. But I prefer new money more than I prefer old money, and I prefer newer cars more than I prefer the classics. I drive the new ones, but I look at the classics, and sometimes I pull it out, and it's a nice thing, and then I get into it, and I'm like, damn, these windows is different to try to roll up, or I gotta get this check engine light. Nah. I like all of my shit new. I like growth, and just because you like new and you like growth does not mean that you don't want everybody else to win. I want everybody to win. I want people to be successful in whatever it is that they're successful in. But I'm always going to be searching for new. I'm always going to be searching for growth. And when people grow, it doesn't mean that they have to be. It just means that they grow into different directions. Now, of course, you know, this is the internet, so people are messy, and so they always take it to mean something else or whatever like that. It doesn't. Genuinely in my heart, it doesn't. It just means that I got people in my own family that I grew up with. When we see each other, it's love. But am I checking for every single person that I used to rock with in my past? Absolutely not, because I'm too focused on my future. I'm focused on living life. And I think that when you get past a certain age sometimes, for some of us, not all of us, there's a lot of us that still live in our past. When you get past a certain age sometimes, you realize that life is too short to be focused on any kind of negativity as far as trying to have problems with people. And life is too short to be doing what everybody else tells you to do. I am 1,000% focused on growth. I'm 1,000% focused on enjoying life. And next year, I'm going to have newer cars, and I'm going to have newer growth. This year, I'm going to continue to trend in a positive direction. It's funny because even when I look at my numbers continue to evolve and grow. It's all about slow growth, progress, and continuing to push yourself to be successful. That's what life is about for me. So that's my message for the morning. I love you guys. I appreciate y'all. I hope y'all focus on growth. I hope y'all focus on the money. And I hope y'all focus on balling and getting to it. That's what life is about. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. I'm going to see y'all for the Millionaire Morning Show. We rock out with that at around between 7:30 Eastern, so adjust for your time zone. And we're going to have a great week. I got a lot of dope stuff coming in. I got my homegirl Mika flying in. I got some friends flying in. I got a whole lot of stuff that I'm working on. And we got some pre-recorded shows that we're doing for this channel in particular that I really enjoyed. We piloted them a couple of weeks ago, and now we're about to go full-fledged. Now that we're able to look at the analytics and the statistics and see the opportunities that's in there. Even when it comes to this platform, I want to grow, and I don't even care about like what other people think. I want to grow in a certain direction, and I want to continue to evolve. And I don't want to be the same person that I was yesterday. And I love you guys. I absolutely do. Thank y'all for continuing to rock me. Again, make sure y'all tap into the Patreon link is in the description. And then teach Hanley 40% off your first order plus a free gift. Plus 20% off for life. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. I'm going to holler at y'all later. See y'all today.
Exactly. So that's what everybody don't get it though. Like to me, dad means to discipline and direction. That's what I'm here for my child. So if I leave my child on the wrong path, then that's the path she gonna take for life. Okay.
But a lot of times,
look at it like Diane and Canaan. Not Canaan, Canaan.
I watched that one.
Okay, Power, they was done, like the kids was done from the start because the way Monet raised them, they got no choice but to live this life. Mm-hmm. So it's always kind of the parents' fault.
But it's the choice that we made.
You're making them choices based on the things that you normalize. A lot of your morals and the way that you move comes from your parents. It comes from your surroundings. It comes from the things that people normalize when you were younger. So when you adopt that's the only way you know how to move. Now, yes, at a certain point, you have, as for yourself, you have to stop putting the blame on your parents and try to adjust. That's if you want change, though. But if you don't want change, you just want to always look back to what your influence is. People don't even recognize how much those influences, like, guide their judgment, the way they make decisions in their everyday life.
But you gotta be aware that to even change that. If they don't know that's why they the way that they is, they just think they just got that way.
Well, who taught them that awareness, though? Everything you know you was taught. The way that you think, somebody taught you how to think that.
That's true.
Yeah.
But it's an and. It's not an or.
It's an and. It's all encompassing.
It doesn't absolve you from being responsible. Listen, you go out, you kill somebody, you want to fucking jail. I don't care what the previous history was. The other side of it though is, and he was raised around killers. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think that it's a clear-cut answer. I think it's all on an individual basis. But yeah.
Probably do it out of necessity, and then there are those who are corrupt just out of pure greed that you may find. Remember Checky Sinek was a senior, paid handsomely, but because 1.5 million a year. Pure greed. That was just pure greed. However, those that do it out of necessity, not only justifying it, but it's there. So I think it's a bit of both. There are those who do it out of necessity, as fucked up as it is, to be corrupt, to take a bribe. But I think they're not paid enough to answer.
I don't know what you're looking at, FHX, but I'm interested in the number of cops that are either going to trial or that are arrested. All of those small dynamics, what's happening there. It'll give us a sense of really how deep is this problem that we're facing of cops that are equally criminals. It's a civil servants issue, it's not just cops. You know what I'm saying? Because our country is going to the right way. I was saying this the other day. We contribute to the problem because we're not giving that traffic cop a rate for your convenience so that you don't have to deal with whatever it is. It's contributed to that. So you've done it. Yes. So when was the last time? This morning. When you don't want to queue at the traffic whatever, and then you have to pay somebody, to skip the. Can we do that too? I didn't do that. Yeah, you can just give when you go to the traffic department. There's guys who will run for you over a connection. Exactly. All the stuff like that. So I think it's a civil servant issue. It's not just a cops issue because if you go into the medical field, you'll find that there are also some corrupt, people who work there who misuse funds, who hire cousins and all of that stuff. Yeah. Oh no, there's a funny story of a cop. He's also in trouble, so there was a cover-up. They said there was a break-in or whatever it is. Oh, turns out he brought a sex worker home, and then she cleaned him out. Gun, laptop, phones. And now the Lushaba is the surname, and there was a cover-up, and now him and the guys who helped him are arrested. And I'm like, damn, bro, that's crazy. Yeah, in his home. What do you have for this?
To answer Sa's question at first, you asked how much do parliament members get? Approximately the basic salary is about 1,275,000.
100K a month?
Yeah, I see. Yeah. And then you'll still find something.
And then a cabinet minister earns approximately 2.6 million. Approximately that amount.
That's a lot of cash. And that's excluding the other, streams of income, like speaking fees when they speak in this, whatever. So and all the perks. All the perks. The free drivers and cars, and house and
so sometimes money doesn't deter people from not being. I think as South Africans we know that. We've seen that. Yeah. That it's not
thievery or theft that happens has little to do with poverty. Poverty plays a role in certain sectors of our society. However, at that level, you can't say I stole because I'm poor. Because part of this case is that they asked for 1,000 rands bail when they were given bail. And the highest, most senior in this group of people, particularly Lieutenant General Dusan Kumalo, he earns 1,000 to 1.2 million. Not a month.
A year, so a month is
surely he should be able to afford the 10,000 rands bail. And if you know the law, you get that money back if you are found not guilty. Salaries, policemen?
Okay, before I answer to the salaries of policemen, you asked how many police officers were arrested. Since 2019, this was an article that was posted by DA. Approximately 4,000 police officers have been arrested. 4,000? Yes.
That's a big number.
It is. Considering I think we've got 200 cops in the country. And thousands of officers. 200,000 cops.
We have 176,000.
So 4,000 is a huge chunk. If there's that little, this number.
Their salaries range about 150. That's an average. And then if you are a brigadier, you have 200,000 per year.
Yeah, I'm a constable. Yeah. How much is the loan? 200,000 a year.
Yes, per annum.
Yeah, that's not a lot.
Does that justify the behavior though? Because here's the thing. No. And that's how I started. Never. Gentlemen, have you ever watched these shows on Moja Life, right? Where you hear people saying, I went to the police station, they told me go to Moja Life, go to X-Repo. And you wonder why did the police do it? But now when there might be an argument there these people are fair up, they're not getting but it also has to be mentioned that South African police are one of the most traumatized policemen in the world. They are one of the most overworked policemen. They're exposed to so much nonsense of us doing all sorts of stuff because they're policing a country that is arguably one of the most violent countries in the world without a war. And that's what they deal with as well. It's easy to dismiss them as do your work, but some of them, they are physically and mentally incapable of executing their job. You remember the reason why Dudu took leave? But now if you're a brigadier or you're a constable, commissioner in a police station, that's why you not embarrassed because I'm assuming you are getting paid well. I'm assuming you are not in the streets, right? Aren't you ashamed when you hear that your station is on TV and somebody's saying, I went to that police station and I was told, no, go to X-ray or go to Moja Justice. It's a reality show. Does it show that I stumbled upon? I posted the thing. They went to a police station with this guy who raped his own.
I want to go. I definitely want to go.
You white people.
No, you don't. This is why people lie there in their message.
White people like, yes, some bad things happen. Of course, but this is
horrible thing.
Once you hear a glue to
this is sarcasm. Okay, guys? This is I want a million people messaging me on Instagram, please.
Do you have to deal with that?
No.
Okay, listen, guys. From now on, we're only going to give the right opinions for the rest of the episode. So right opinions for the episode. We shouldn't go back there. And it was fucked up what we did. And you
what you guys do there?
Why do you keep saying white people? We get to own everything.
That's not the way the fucking goes.
Wait, how does it go?
Just everybody has their own share. There's plenty on this earth, and stop stealing. That's how it's supposed to be.
There's plenty on this earth, and stop stealing. I agree with that. Yes, I agree with that. 100%. What if somebody has oil and there's not plenty where we're at?
And then what you do is you force your currency on them, and then
we try to let women read. Or whatever. That's not democracy. That's what we realize.
What has happened is that the Muslim world has regressed dramatically with the invasion and colonialism. 100%. 100%.
I know, because you guys had all the algebra.
We had the algebra. We let women own businesses. We let them progress. They have rights. They still have rights. Yeah.
Why do you have to say that? Why do you have to say that? We know that.
Because it's apparently you're like, oh, I can't believe they laughed when I went to shower the room.
But that's not me.
That's not me. I'm sure it was you. Fucking.
How did I get roped in with this? Talk to me.
She's trying, saying words like shahada. What do you want me to do?
Butter chicken.
What the fuck does that have to do with me?
I'm not Indian. Butter chicken.
Oh my god, butter chicken is delicious.
Thank you. See, look at this. This is cultural exchange.
I love butter chicken.
Okay, now you exchange something back with me. Butter chicken. Give me some exchange.
Mama, I got some of the best food ever. French fries.
Oh, see what we did? See what we did? French
fries.
Unity.
French fries are
That's the
exceptional.
only white food they think of.
Hamburgers.
Burritos.
Sandwiches. Sandwiches.
I don't like how hard you hit that sand on the way.
Sand. I didn't want to let you know I like that. I was trying to entice you with it. I was flirting. Sand.
I don't come from the sand region. I might actually. I'm sure we did overlap at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah,
People are roaming, like you said.
My brother did a big DNA test. He goes back like thousands of years.
Oh my God! Did he find out he was part of Small Hat?
No, Small Hat. I'm sure we all were at some point before the conversion.
Did he take that and just like that shit? Found out or not?
No, this is very open. Like I'm sure that's what we were at some point. If you think about beginning of time, I mean, what the fuck?
What was Adam and Eve? What were they?
What were they? It's a good question. Maybe white people can tell us that.
I mean, if we were Christian, if we look at
Muslim.
Adam might have been Indian, bro.
Adam was
he was made from mud.
All right, good guys. Peace out. Thank you very much. Where's the exit? Where's the exit? That's technically where does this lead to? Honestly, this looks like the front of a mosque right here.
That's why we had it like 100%. That's the detention center right behind you.
That's so fucked up. Genuinely, what's happening with ICE is really fucking diabolical.
It is
so fucked up.
I agree.
So fucked up. And who's gonna finish your roof? It's really. I get the podcast now. I get it.
Yeah.
We got
him.
We got genuinely, it's really fucked up. I really feel terrible for those people. I really feel awful for them. Just like even people who have U.S. citizenship are being picked up. There's no rhyme or reason to the whole thing. It's really fucked.
What do you think about them Venezuelan boats?
I didn't read much about it recently. It's just the bombing of. Is it you talking about the drug?
Yeah. Game of Battleship.
Yeah, Game of Battleship. I don't know what that. I honestly, genuinely don't know. I didn't read about it. So
I don't take this seriously.
I'm not very informed about it, to be honest with you. But it seems kind of like, yeah, these are fucking drug ships, and you just start shooting down. It's like,
how do we know they're drug ships?
Exactly, that's my point.
And what drugs?
It's crazy. Yeah.
Also, some drugs. There's a great point. We might want to let up in here.
Yes, they do very well. They do let all that up in here. I mean, the only reason why they were mad at Escobar because nobody was getting a piece of that money. That's why all the cash was disappearing. They didn't give a fuck that thousands of murders were occurring in Miami. They're like, wait, where's the cash at? That's where the cash at. Hold on a second. But there's so many dead people. Yeah, where's the cash at?
Let drug dealers pay taxes?
I think that's already happening. They probably don't even pay taxes.
It's called pharmacy.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my gosh. It's like Walgreens. Pisses me off. It's like, we don't sell cigarettes, but we have fentanyl in the back of your life. We'll never sell cigarettes. We have fentanyl in every single addictive drug. Synthetic heroin in the back of your life. But God forbid you have some nicotine.
I just found out I smoke cigarettes and it's really bothers me.
Are you serious?
Do you smoke?
Yeah, I smoke. You know I smoke cigarettes?
He's a smoker.
Yeah.
I do remember.
I'm having a hard time right now.
Do you want to have a smoke?
Oh, let's get the midwalk. Get the midwalk.
Oh, you don't know about the midwalk, man.
Oh, you're talking about the stick with the little filter?
Listen, white guy. Okay? If you want to have an actual real Middle Eastern smoke.
What are you talking about?
You're on your ass.
Yeah.
The doka thing? Nah, I'm not smoking it.
Too strong?
No. I smoke real weed, but nobody needs that.
It's like a
tobacco with the wooden pipe in it.
Oh, that's just
That's
fire.
a substitute for
fire.
weed. That's what that is.
Yeah, 'cause I can't smoke.
Which doka means like being dizzy.
Got it.
Or we gotta get the gat, the Yemeni gat. You ever tried that before?
Gat. Yeah.
I wanna try that.
This guy's gonna research it. I was like, I have to be your interpreter here, bro.
Hey, look at me. I know about you. Shut up. I hate that.
I wanna try it. Every time I ask
You know
the
what?
guy.
I hate that. Y'all call out racist all the time. The second white guy takes it.
I'm not taking this.
Like you looking people.
Be
The
specific.
second white people take an interest in your culture.
But that's me.
I know you don't want it. I'm judging you. I'm judging you.
It's not your culture. You Appalachian ass motherfuckers.
You approve of the pandering.
It's not pandering. I think it's taking interest in genuinely trying. I think it's really cool. I think
It's not your culture. It's not your culture.
Stop speaking from me, Indian.
I'm sorry. That was too Middle Eastern. Where's your passport? This guy. He got us back in the pocket. You're not leaving. You're not leaving this country until that new window ticket.
I have nothing to do with this.
I'm finishing his roof after this.
Which, by the way, it's leaking. This is a mistake.
Yo, we're just out here trying to have cultural exchange.
No, genuinely.
What's your favorite white thing?
Oh, my favorite white thing?
Yeah, his wife, man.
Let me tell you something, bro.
I'm so glad I never do it. I'm so glad I never do it.
Listen. I'm about to Will Smith somebody. I'm about to Will Smith some motherfucker right now.
We're proud.
I'm about to Will Smith to keep my lifestyle. Your motherfucker.
My wife is white too, bro.
Yes, it's okay. Yeah, no. Fuck out of here.
Come on, bro, for real.
Fuck out of here.
Listen, my culture is not your costume, bro.
What do you mean?
Don't be fuck out of here.
Hey, forget about it.
Don't fuck out of here.
I was Italian after I lived
That's
for
not
South 2
Italian.
months.
That's New York.
New York Italian.
That's New York.
No, it's Italian.
Italians don't talk like that in Italy.
In Jersey, though, all American Italians.
This is a New York.
I got it. Talking about it. Yeah. Is that what you want? Okay.
Yeah. Like that shit.
I know which one you like. Yeah, that's more like no. That's no. No, that's anymore. That's more to make you feel more comfortable. Since you had that haircut for 10 fucking years.
Haven't you watched it? Like, no.
I'm not doing it. Which camera do I look at? I'm not gonna do this.
I'm watching speeches like, yeah, that shit is our conference.
No, that's fucked up. I'm not dealing with none of this. This fucked up.
No, you walked in the door.
I know.
It's a crazy thing. Everything's going so good.
Top 3 white countries.
Yeah.
Top 3 white countries.
Yeah.
London, great white city. Even though we taking that bitch over.
Gotta get that same.
They own the buildings, we got the people.
That's true. That's true. I do like
Make it way more vibey.
Okay. So I think Holland is great. Amsterdam in particular is really a fun time. Copenhagen is really a spectacular.
Oh, Copenhagen, there you go.
Vienna is great too. Fucking amazing.
You would like Vienna, yeah.
I liked it a lot. I liked it a lot, bro. I was really pleasantly surprised in Vienna. No, we just did a tour there. We had a tour stop there. It was really awesome, man.
Oh, no way.
It was such a great city.
You go to Dublin home?
Dublin was fire? No, fuck out of here. I didn't even know he was from there, actually.
DJ Khaled.
Your friend, your pen pal. I heard he lives in Argentina. He might, bro.
You think you got it? Why do you think you know Spanish?
They want to.
He's sending us messages right now.
Oh, I thought that was Cambodia.
Yeah, no.
What was that? What was that? That was a prayer?
Yes, you have to, you have to balance things out. You gotta balance.
Can you give us a good prayer? Can you give us a good quick one?
What do you mean a good prayer? There's many good prayers.
Yeah, just give one.
I mean, a prayer is something within yourself, between you and God. There's things that I say to myself all the time, like just praying with God. There's that,
Okay, so that's personal. That's your
personal.
That's fair.
I like brothers.
Yeah, but what about that one? Brother.
What is that?
Have you seen this?
No.
Oh, this is the best dude ever.
What is this?
I think he's like in New Zealand. Yo, while you get that up, let me ask you a question. Fast forward. Okay,
holy shit.
Listen,
while you get that up, you start on something.
While you get that up, right?
Yeah, pause.
Do you watch Arab prank videos at all?
Arab prank videos?
Yes.
No.
But with the little dude? I can't. It's like there's certain things that are just so incredible. I can't believe it's not part of your algorithm.
Oh, that's crazy. Yeah.
You don't watch this at all?
No.
Oh,
let me try to find this guy. Yeah, I know. It needs to be on my algorithm. I need to switch it up for sure.
All right. There's always a little person. There's always a little guy, and that's why what I was going to ask.
I'm such a fan of this. Is the Arab dude the little Arab guy?
Well, no, not. You're thinking of who? Because that guy's.
No, he's not Arab.
Yeah,
I've seen this guy. He's awesome, bro. Yeah, they said this guy is awesome.
But there's three of them. They're like a
I
group.
see him. He's like dancing and shit. He's hilarious. They always smack this guy. It's such an Arab thing. Just smack the back of the neck.
Yeah.
Wait, can I see this? Yeah, please.
I don't know this one, but go.
It's not even in the neck. Oh, he's about to get rocked. Oh my God, he's praying God. He's like, alhamdulillah. He's about to rock. Bro, I love the other dude's like, yo, this is a very Arab thing. Like, oh, it's like, alhamdulillah. And he's just like swearing to God like he's about to go down. You know what I mean? It's the thing to it that made me happy. But the rest of it really sucks. It was like, I want this part of my algorithm, get the fuck out of here. What better things in my algorithm? This really should be part of your algorithm. Nobody wants to see this.
No, this guy's awesome. I don't know which part it is. Oh, yeah, it's at the very top. This is like, I think he's from Australia, New Zealand, but he's an imam that does these speeches.
Live simple lives. Brother.
Pause.
I can't.
Yeah, we don't know what he's thinking about, so we're about to get him in trouble.
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
I just don't like making fun of religious figures and stuff like that. But I think it's really funny though. He just started off.
I'm trying to make fun of him.
No. The Ooh brother is hilarious though. But
he knows this went crazy viral.
He has to.
He knows it.
Yeah, he knows. He's probably gonna keep doing it. He's addicted to it now. He wants to keep doing it. Yeah, he must be Australian or something. I don't know. I couldn't tell from. I didn't hear enough. I just heard ew, brother. You have to watch out for the white woman. Ew, brother. Oh, unless she convert to Islam. Yeah. Then you bring them over to us to the path.
Is there any pressure?
Infiltrate the DNA. Keep going.
All right, let's take a break for a second. When it comes to supplements, you already know there's a lot of misinformation. Bed sheets, okay? They're temperature rate. You get a post-purchase survey. Make sure to let them know that you're about.
To Islam itself, if you look up the last sermon of the Prophet Muhammad, it'll blow your mind.
What does he say?
It'll literally blow your mind. I just don't want to do it any disservice, but essentially is that, the last thing, the big thing in Islam is like, don't misquote things or misspeak.
Yep.
It's very, very important to be clear and concise on things. Yeah. But one of them is like, basically an Arab doesn't have a right over another Arab, or a white over another white, or a black over another black. It's just like basically described like.
Was this a thing that impacted Muhammad Ali?
Malcolm.
I'm sorry, Malcolm. That's right.
When he went to Hajj, when he went to Hajj and he saw everybody wearing the same, same attire. There's no like distinction of who's rich and who's poor or whatever. Everybody's in the same. And so many colors, like everyone, every walk of life. And this doesn't exist like in Arab culture. Like you just, they're all Arabs. We don't think like, oh, it's a black. This is a very American westernized thing. It didn't exist in our psyche like that. I mean, it did to a degree because Prophet Muhammad, Sallallahu did acknowledge it and say like very clear parameters, like nobody has a right over anybody else. Yeah. That's very, very clear. But then after that, it's just like you're just Arab. Or you speak Arabic. I don't look at it like that's a black guy who speaks Arabic. Well, that's a white guy who speaks Arabic.
That's a more Western thing.
Yeah, it's a Western thing completely. It's not within our psyche at all.
Can you speak about the first time you did the Hajj? Is that what you said? Like,
yeah, I've never done Hajj, but I've done Umrah.
What is the difference?
Umrah is like the shorter version that you could do off, outside of Hajj time. So Hajj happens like 3 months after, so to speak, almost 3 months. It's since we do it with the lunar calendar. So after Ramadan, there'll be like the Eid, and then there's the big Eid, which is Eid al-Adha, and that's around the time everybody goes to Hajj.
So if you go to Mecca, not during that time, it's called Umrah.
Umrah, yeah, which is a much shorter, condensed
But
version.
you saw.
Yeah, I've done this. Yeah, I've done this. After my brother died, I took my family with me. And then I went, A second time, a few months later, it just happened, like 4 or 5 months later. And then I went on this past trip. I took my son and wife with me.
Okay.
It was amazing.
Yeah,
It was one of the hardest things I've done on this particular trip. It was just really, really tough with my son and everything. But it's amazing how the kid like knew he was in the presence of something. He just immediately started praising. It was so instinctual. It was so dope because it's a kid. I never taught him like, hey, make sure you do this, do that. He just walked in and like knew. It was so amazing.
What is so powerful about it? I had a friend who did it, and he's changed his whole life after he came back. Multi-champion comedian. But what is so powerful about it?
I think from each person it'll vary, but I'll speak from my own experience is that this is like the center of the world, and you know that all the prophets existed and alayhim salam like at some point in time, and you know that there's a tremendous amount of significance of being there, and also the presence of everyone there, the gathering itself, and then knowing that just it's a spiritual thing. You can't really describe fully, but I have the meaning for it. It's like you get there and it's just like you just feel it, and the energy is just so palpable, And once you do that, once you go through it, and sometimes it's really, really hard. Like it was this past trip, and there's a lot of things you're not supposed to do. Like you can't go there angry. You can't go there mad. You can't like kill any like lizard or roach or anything. You can't kill anything. You have to be pure, like super pure and in a positive mindset. And you have to wash before you even go into Mecca and change the tire and put on the haram, and it has no stitching in it. It's all just like 100% like this cotton covering. Like you just go in and you're just naked. You just like have nothing except you and God and all these people. And just having my son there with me, and my wife was just really incredible experience. It's just so moving. You're supposed to go from there to Medina and visit the Prophet in the Prophet's mosque. It's incredible. I can't. It's very. You have to just like do it to experience it. Even Medina is one of the safest places on earth. According to insurance companies, it's the safest place on earth for women to go. Anywhere on planet Earth.
Can you tell me about the first time you went? Like, I imagine, how old were you at that time?
First time I went, it wasn't that long. It was 3 years ago.
Okay, I imagine your entire life you built up what this experience is going to be. Yeah. The emotions that you would have. What is happening like the day before? What is happening when you show up that day? Like, are you nervous? Are you excited?
Are you nervous about even getting back in the US?
No.
Well, no, at that point
nothing like that at all. Nothing like that at all.
What about that experience? Like, compared to what you built it up to be, to what everybody had told you about?
Sure.
Like,
That's a really good question.
Are you chasing the emotion of it, or is it overwhelming you? Like, what happens the day you arrive?
Well, for me, I was stripped down to zero. My brother had just passed, like maybe 15 days prior. It was a complete out of nowhere. He was the healthiest one. He was a pilot. He was just nobody saw it coming. He like texted us, I'll hit you guys. I'm charging my phone. I'm at the hospital getting a checkup in my chest, whatever. And then the next call we got that he was dead. So it just like changed my entire world, all of us. So when I went there, I had a different energy completely. It was just like I'm in this position where I'm like, I don't want to say like the leader of the family, but I am in a way. And so my mom, everybody depends on me in a way. And I'm just thinking about his kids, his wife, all these things. And so I wasn't really thinking about like, I was more like, I'm taking my mother for her heart. I'm taking his kids, whoever wants to come with me. Whoever wants to come. Like,
it wasn't about them. Yeah,
it was about everybody else. And to me, being of service to my mother, it's a big deal. And to be able to push my mom to do the 7 laps was a big deal. So all that is there, like culminates to the experience. Just brings it all together for me. But it was deeply, deeply powerful. And actually, that's why I prayed for my son. Like I didn't know. I said, God, please. And I don't really say this publicly, but I said, like, God, just thinking about my brother passing, and my sister was sick at the time too. We just found out about her diagnosis. It was just like, if it's good for me, give me a son and a great wife, or a child and a great wife and a family. If it's not good for me, please don't give it to me. 8 months later, I was, pregnant, expecting a child.
Wow.
Yeah. So it was just that. Like being there for the family, but it's like, hey, you got to be. It's depending on which space you're in. And some people go, and it's like forced, and some people do that, and then you say Allah Alam. It's only God knows what's in their hearts and what their intentions are. But for me.
Since you don't like me, when you talk about this femininity, what's it? Feminism. It's when I first but asking I must spoken my big. Asking when you have to kill spiders and kick out frogs. Asking when it's asking here. So why is it that you want to asking in this one aspect that suits you, but then when it also suits you asking I must eat you, I must sacrifice, I must do this, I must be the man. But I must now cover 90%, 80%. Fucking no offense.
I've been battling with it. Like I've struggled to know what the right formula is now for Jita leading, like a new age gent leading his household. Because if we submit that the way our parents did things was flawed, where a timer just says and he already says, okay, sure, I subscribe, then we want to involve our leaders a bit more. But the mistake with that is that they believe then by being involved, you're equal footing. As soon as you then, as a man, say, okay, I've heard you, but you're going in this direction. If it differs from what they wanted, that's a fight now. Now your house is on shakier footing. What's the right approach to incorporating the modern way of being a man, yet still being far from what our time is?
No, I don't want to be far from what our time is.
Yeah, but it didn't work. Huh? Why do you say that? Because I don't think all our moms were genuinely happy.
I don't think our daughters were happy.
It's very fair.
So I'm trying to say what's a successful model, and I don't think the communities that we look at when we say are successful, I don't think they're busy sitting there asking their madams for every single opinion and suggestion.
But then if our dads weren't happy, do you agree it means it didn't work as well?
But who's happy? Who's these people who are? If you look at the I'll tell you something. For lunch, this is an Indian restaurant.
Sure.
That guy opens 365 days a year.
Jeez.
9:30 closes at 9 p.m.
Jeez.
And he says, no, I'm here. his wife and kids at home.
Sure.
So he's there, she's a biryani boy. Sure. She's a mapani child. Every day, all day. But his wife is at home. So someone saying, yo, but this woman is at home with the kids, it must be horrible. Yeah, Lana. Yeah, so I'm saying
So what's the middle ground?
So but again, I want to go back and I say I don't think the way that Disney movies sold us happiness is what we need to be aspiring to achieve. You know, sure. I see this with my kids. What makes my kids happy is playing PlayStation and fucking eating Pringles all day. That makes them happy.
And that can't be their lives.
I have to remove that happiness.
Yes,
oh Lord, it gives me great joy. It gives me great joy.
But for a reason, right? Like
but I'm getting me now, and this is what we've said with Debs multiple times with it. Success is sitting on the other side of pain. Yeah, what? So
and there's a belief in that.
Yeah. And you need to sacrifice for pain so that you have success for your family.
Sure.
And happiness will look like the fruits of your labor.
To you.
No, to the communities that I've been studying. So let's say I take it, I'm studying on Pakistan, or I'm studying on my Niger, or I'm studying my Muslim friends, or I'm studying, because they'll say it seems so oppressive. From school, you have to go to madrasa every day, and learn the Quran, and you need to do this. It's almost like your father was abusive, and he's like, no, he wasn't. I chatted to the Jewish boys, and the Jewish boys said, no, their family said, I need to get close to that girl.
Because
so when you can't pick a chief, they know better, I'm gonna get close to that girl.
Yes.
So then when I look at what happiness is for us as black people, our generation, happiness speaks to a lot of things that are fun, and a lot of things that are fun become destructive.
Sure.
So when we think what's young, people wasn't happy. We're bitches, can try that. Hey, wasn't happy. So when I started looking at it, I was like, hey, maybe I need to redefine what happiness looks like. It might mean sacrificing.
Pain is happiness.
It might mean sacrificing. No PlayStation, nothing. For that PlayStation on a Saturday, saying after you come back from sports, for 5 pin the PlayStation. And then from there, take a focus. And then my happiness will be Sebe manipulate as an example, or Sebe watching Uzita when I take him to diggers and he's running shuttles and he's crying. Oh, I'm so happy, boy.
Sure.
Oh, my heart is full. I know his mom can't be there because his mom will say, no, it's pain. But pain is, and I know if the more of these shuttles that he does, these ones, I know they'll get him closer to his goals.
Yeah.
Kicking, screaming, I can't allow
But what if
you know, I'm trying to.
No, I struggle with that. I'm trying to figure out then, because that's, I'd argue, the service as a father you must do. You must sacrifice, you must give, you must pour into. I'm trying to figure out how you and your wife or you and your partner are happy with each other. What ecosystem must you create for you guys to jointly feel important and jointly to subscribe to them, and at the end of it, be like, I was happy because I achieved it.
I think going to what you're saying about our parents, grandparents, we are right that no one was happy.
Yes.
And I think in any example, we need to take what worked, put it in your life. The other things is fine.
I agree with that.
It's like the parenting that's happening now. One of the issues is that you're saying my kid must not be in the environment where I grew up in because there's a lot of pain. Sharp. But there was something that is good. If you go too extreme from that environment, you're also taking away something that molded you to be something in life, you know. So my kid will never see the hood. Whether in Makaya, you know, if you English, speak English, you know, so that there's a skill that they like, you know, because English isn't a two, they can cross the road.
Yeah.
English having a two card. They're scared. So I'm saying is, we should have a 5. Yes, but you know, they can take them a shop.
That's survival. I used to walk to the taxi rank grade 1.
Yeah, I'm like, in a 5, you beating your chest with it in a 5.
You see what I mean?
Survival.
But that's the thing, that we go too extreme when we think of these examples. We always say, no, that thing didn't work. So with our parents, going back to what we're speaking about, there are certain things that worked with them, and we must take some nuggets from it. I think in modern relationships, we can't take that holistically and put it in this now. And equally, how we're living now, you must understand that Imediako is also a decision maker at work. When she goes into the home, it's very hard for her just to switch it off. When someone already didn't go to so in the way I must challenge out to Miss Bonisane, they didn't have it because she didn't need to practice that muscle of challenging or just having a discussion, you know, it was not there. So I think relationships now must be based on who is strong at what. Let go to I handle the finance. I don't by 10. It's out. And you made that strong in that aspect. So for me, it's about what is it that you are strong at as immediately, now as you out. When you tell me finance, okay, when I'm a homework. So we know that we'll have a debate, but once we reach a certain point, you make that decision because you are strong in that aspect. I don't think one person must just lead and they're leading in all aspects. You must decide the school, the homework, no. Some things you're not good.
No, I hear you, but I still think that if you're trying to at least pick up from the wins of certain communities, then you need to be the CEO, bro. And if you're going to say
you don't have the advantages of that community, you don't own industry. You don't have the ability to say to women, don't go work.
I'm not disputing. I'm saying if that's your yearning, you need to upskill and get yourself to a point of CEO of a household so that you can delegate. For example, like I don't do anything. I don't say Makunde, it's not my arena. So I'm not going to be challenging imam ukuthi okay
Sure.
And when it comes to finance, there's an allocated budget for that. So she works as a CFO within that. So when it comes to the duties of a COO, we are paid. When it comes to the duties of the CFO, we are paid. I mean, my job is fundraising.
Sure.
So the reason was I think what I've seen success in traditional homes that I at least look up to is when Ubaba becomes a CEO, maybe a delegator. Ingane ziba general worker. Why the men can't delegate? You know the men who can't do those men tend to be faked. A lot of them. Those men tend to be faked. I'm saying I'm talking about the North Star. I'm not saying that's where we are. Fakers is wrong, man. What if a media woman can lead the house? She can be the CEO. Those women, from the men that I've seen, those homes that I see, does not work. If you can show me in strong traditional homes, because when we speak of matriarch, traditional homes are secret. I'm speaking about us. But what is us that is working? I'm saying when I go to us, black, this generation that is working, so I'm not seeing a female-run-led household that is successful. I'm not saying they aren't.
The accountability has that in abundance. Where time is went and fought. During apartheid, they were in certain wars. And women ran the household. I'm thinking of situations even where I can think of my grandparents worked in a mine in Josie. Guys, it's another different thing.
That's exactly what I said.
Imali would come in need with Ukoko.
Yes.
And
she decides on everything.
And she would run the household.
But that's exactly what I say. I'm the CEO. Everything one. Woman is CFO, finance,
and COO.
And COO operations.
So yours is just a print business.
My job is fundraising.
Sure.
I'm saying the matriarchs that we've seen work, chances are I haven't seen there being strong men anyway. My grandma's matriarch was Mkulasho. Yeah, one type of things.
Okay.
But that's not called Mkulu.
So what do you mean? So in situations where you've seen a female CEO,
if there's weak men or no men. Nah. I'm saying I'm here to see a Gebza and go to his home. Where the person who's in the driving seat of the family decisions in his home. Why are you saying weak men? No, but hear me out. In his home, the person who's the driving decision for the general family discussions and where the family is moving and the goals of the family is Imam. Because my figure to Debs So if I can see those families, and I'm not saying they aren't there, if I can see those families where I can see a strong gent, but the woman is stronger and she's the one who's saying, Yazi, are we going to film? Yazi, we stay at home, or Yazi, no, but I've seen the opposite happen. So what I'm saying is that I've seen the opposite happen. I've heard men say, no, not just much.
Yes, also factor in generational differences. Of course. Because your peers were still exposed to the big gender pay gap and effort gap.
Yeah.
What I'm seeing now, with my peers, are beasts of women. Absolute forces. Undeniable forces. Whose careers climb what I'm doing in 10 years, they've done in 5. And they have the capacity to think strategically. And you find it faster than Cheetah. And you find it, and value is something James hates to admit, is that women work much harder than men. In corporate sense, women grind. And women have an innate ability.
Why are you saying that I'm disregarding that? When you speak to that household, when you speak in a family household, let it settle back to the whole. When you speak to that woman, is she still wanting and yearning for as strong as she is? She's a fucking lioness. Is she still yearning for Mufasa? Is my question.
Look, maybe I've only experienced them in the marriage already, so I don't know what they yearn for.
But the marriage is Uba, but when you speak to these ladies, is he Mufasa?
No, he can't be.
Just because he's not strong financially.
This girl is a year younger than you.
What do you think? Like she's innately born with this? No, that's not what I'm saying.
It's a skill. She's sharp in the skill of being a fighter in life more than you.
I'm talking about not stop. It's something to strive for. The reason why a lot of these men are DMing us all the time is because they lost. So what do we say? Hambichimi.
Yes.
So no name mom. If she outburns you, she can feel physically safe next to you.
It feeds.
Put your head down.
Nature. Yes.
Because we're trying to say,
but accumulating money isn't being a strategic leader.
No, it's not.
It's not.
But it's not. Hence why, once you are the head of the household and you know what Umama is the best financially, who is the CFO?
No. I'm not saying financially. I'm saying strategically.
I think the woman must be the CEO. In some instances.
If you make
because he's a case study. That will never happen with me.
No, but that's different.
But show me those families, and then I can learn and I can grow and I can say, oh shit, I've now experienced those families and I can learn from
what you're seeing now, Pen, in the 28 to 35 year olds now, is a weird pairing of women who have more value in corporate than the men does. So they climb higher and they earn more.
Fact.
And they get skills, the men will get much.
They're in senior positions. And those skills can be implemented in the house. That's what I'm saying. I speak to those ladies as well. And the ones that, again, case study 1, they are still yearning. She's making 80. She's making. No, how many niggas? Actually, you can say that, but at that level. Fighting for the 1% niggas. Bro, I've never spoken to a corporate guy who's making 80K a month who's saying, I'm happy for a guy who makes 30. No.
People like Aman Swat have been hunted down by criminal gremlins, and the masterminds have not been held accountable. One of the people implicated in this is enjoying bail under dubious conditions. Organized crime has taken over many areas of public life in South Africa. They're bidding for tenders, they're hijacking cars, they're kidnapping. What are they not doing at this particular point? Organized criminals are running security companies, they are running nightclubs, they are selling drugs, guns. It's rampant. They are extorting businesses. Organized crime has taken over. and has infiltrated the police, it has infiltrated the executive, it has infiltrated the political class. And this is what the public will be interested in. Because the reality is, right now, the horse curry dons who are sitting at the head of these criminal enterprises are feasting on freedom while their victims attend funerals every weekend. The public is interested to know who the next National Director of Public Prosecutions will be, because they want to know if the killers of Mpoma Fole, the masterminds, will ever face justice. They want to know why horse curry dons like Hangwani Maumela are still feasting on freedom and eating the desserts of yellow bones with yellow thighs every night. The horse curry behavior is at an all-time high. And the National Prosecuting Authority does not seem to have done enough to create a deterrent for anybody who aspires to be the next Vusi Matala Weta Manyala or anybody at that level. The appointment is critical because we've seen at different times that those who are in the highest office have been accused of using their power to select people who are going to lead the NPA in ways that protect them from criminal accountability. One of the accusations and allegations made consistently is that Sean Abrahams was chosen to be the National Director of Public Prosecutions by Jacob Zuma to protect Jacob Zuma from criminal prosecution. That was freely said, widely reported. He was called Sean the Sheep because it was viewed that he would not take the necessary actions against people who were politically connected to Jacob Zuma. Now, there is a commission of inquiry called the Nkabinde Inquiry, which is raising serious questions about the decisions which have been made and decisions which have not been made by none other than Advocate Shamila Batoyi, who is the current National Director of Public Prosecutions. So, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. And we must be very consistent in saying, hey, if it was possible for Zuma to do this, how is it not possible for anybody who followed him or preceded him? We have to be consistent. And that's why this appointment is happening at a critical time. Shamila Batoyi is supposed to step down in January. So there's an interviewing panel, and it's chaired by the Justice Minister, Mamuloko Kubai. She's assisted by Chris Nissen, who is the chairperson of the Human Rights Commission. She's assisted as well by Advocate Ndabiseng Mukhale, who is the chairperson of the Commission of Gender Equality, assisted by Professor Somato Tafigeni, chairperson of the Public Service Commission, as well as representatives of the Black Lawyers Association and the National Association of Democratic Lawyers. That's who is composed in this panel. Now, there were 6 individuals who met the basic criteria to go to this stage. This panel is then going to make some recommendations, and in fact has already made recommendations. They made that announcement, I think yesterday or early today on Saturday the 13th of December, that they've sent their report to the president. Now the ball is in his court. They are not empowered to make this decision. That decision remains the purview of the president. It's his mandate, it's his prerogative, it's his constitutional power. So this is where things are right now. But one of the interesting names that I want to talk about as a starting point, reflecting as we wait for the decision or the announcement, is Advocate Andrea Johnson. Advocate Johnson is currently the investigating director at the National Prosecuting Authority. Her previous positions include Senior Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions, Prosecutor at the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, Junior State Advocate at the NPA, Senior State Advocate and Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions at the Directorate of Special Operations, which would be the Scorpions, as well as the National Coordinator for Organized Crime. And she's also served as Acting Special Director at the NPA. Wonderful CV, all of the right labels, right, for you to think, okay, this person definitely should be first pick or should be a front runner. But she didn't have a good interview with the panel. And some of it comes from the revelations which came about at the ad hoc committee in Parliament. But it was much more than the revelations that were made at the ad hoc committee. But that ad hoc committee performance had an impact. The public took a firm view on her and her prospects. She had the most objections. In fact, 71% of the public comments which were submitted objected to her being promoted to this role. But throughout the interview, there were various issues that were raised. Number one, she was a member of a union for 20 years or so. She was not supposed to stay a member of the union. Didn't check, because when you become an employer or part of the employer level, you're not supposed to maintain your union membership. Number two, there were multiple criticisms of the performance of her particular department in various cases. The Machela Coco matter was raised. There was a very poor performance. There was an Estina Dairy was raised, a very poor performance, and there was also New Lane which was raised. That was appealed, but fundamentally there was serious criticism which was still raised at the beginning of the process. Then there were issues about the appointment of her husband when she was still at Scorpions. She did not recluse herself fully from the whole process, participated in different parts of the process, and gave an explanation which was not satisfactory to the panel, and also was not satisfactory, by the way, to the parliamentary ad hoc committee. She said, when my husband came in, I left the room. But she was still scoring the people who he was rivals against in that particular process, and the minister took a view that the whole thing was irregular. I'm going to play you some of the clips, but there were issues throughout with her honesty. There were issues throughout with her attention to detail. There were issues throughout with her approach to her job, and I don't think that the panel or the minister or anybody really was impressed with her at the end of that. It was, you know, a gentle breathing. But even though the heat was slow and low, you could tell that the tenderness is happening here. Tenderism. They cooked her. Here's some of it.
Out of that process, we got 281 comments as part of transparent general comments about the process, about even suggested questions for the panel were 8. Advocate Bell got 8 comments. Advocate Khronye got 9 comments. Advocate Johnson got 209 comments. Advocate Kanyile got 8 comments. Advocate Mop got 5 comments. Advocate Simelani got 28 comments. So it comes to 281.
Thank you, Minister. Advocate Johnson, I just wanted to ride on Professor Fikeni's comment. This one is a comment just to say I'm a bit concerned about your level of vigilance, you know, because one would expect it to be much higher than an ordinary person. You know, not belaboring the issue of the deductions that started in 2000. They're going for 20, I don't know what years now, 26, 25 years. And that is worrying to me because that has got an impact on who you are in the eyes of certain people inside. That's one of the many reasons. But secondly, I also, you know, why I had to bring it back, the issue of referees, you know, I would expect somebody who has got a friend who is maybe a scientist or something to say they were acting as a judge and write that, not you and me. Correct. We are lawyers. Correct. And it's worrying me that we had to pick it up here. You know how judges act. This person is a magistrate. Correct. You've written a senior judge. It's almost, it's bordering, if not full-blown, misleading. Because if some of the panel members or all of us did not know what an acting judge is, it gives it a different turn altogether. One of your referees is an acting judge, correct, as opposed to
one day and went to this Republican executive committee, and I was the only young black there, mouthful of gold teeth, and I kept trying to speak on the microphone, and I ran into Greg Abbott, one of his aides. He said, "What do you want to say?" I said, "Man, I remember this party used to embrace niggas." He was a young white boy, so we could talk this language. He a hip hop white boy. Used to embrace niggas. I want to get him. Get him back to embracing niggas. But I noticed the police was starting to profile me and come over here and try to see what's going on. He gave me his card. So the next morning, I called down to the Tarrant County GOP Republican Party and spoke to Jen Hall and Shelley Pritchard. I said, "Ma'am, I came to, I'm a conservative nigga who just so happens to vote Republican. I'm trying to see if they're offended by what I'm saying, rather than listen to what I'm saying. I'm delivering it very articulate with manners. I said, I went to a meeting last night and I was shunned as a black man, mouthful of gold teeth, and I can bring folks in from over here." So they invited me to come down and they adopted me. They took in my youth organization. So I couldn't, here I am, I'm working in the black community, fighting against black people, but I got all these white people. They say racist Republican. They're sewing into me from the Terrence Star Republican Women's Club. I'm building a relationship with judges where when black people get in trouble. I say, "Yana," he worked for me over there. Oh, he does, Charleston? Show us a proof. So I'm building relationships because why would I be a Democrat and there's hardly any Democratic judges? And all my people need judges with a mouthpiece.
In 200 meters, your destination will be on the left.
So, I found out that white people aren't really racist. They prejudiced. They prejudiced. We all prejudiced. We're all ethnocentric ideology that think it's better than others.
Your destination is on the left.
We just don't understand each other. So I start bringing niggas around, these white Republican people with dreads and tattoos who had murder cases, and they see redemption in these people because they hear the stories. So now we're all partnering together to work with children. We're doing reading programs. So I let the divisiveness of America's culture and temperament at the time. George Floyd killing. So, yeah, man, I didn't want to be connected to hate because I was starting to hate. But I wasn't hating white people. I was hating black people.
Ramsey show. That's the David Ramsey, you know, the finance dude. NPR, NBC News, Barron's. Why, Rafi? Customize your payments. Decrease your total costs. Low fixed interest rate. Here's the dinger. Ding, 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 ding. Bad credit accepted. We work with borrowers from all credit backgrounds, essentially trying to help people refinance their student loans. Well, here's the problem, folks. Anytime you see a company express that they're willing to take people that have bad credit, and by the way, no shade on people who got bad credit, this is a scam. Typically with these types of companies, people that are going to reach out to them and work with them are not going to be people that have good credit. People that got the good credit, they're going to go to other means, or they'll be able to pay theirs off. Their loans won't go into default. But when you have people with bad credit, a lot of times they're going to look and see, is there any company that's out there that is going to be willing to take me on? So essentially, companies like Rafi, this is just predatory lending. It's no different and no less predatory than the pay loan check places that give you an advance for your next paycheck. It's predatory lending. This is really important for people to see. They were connected with Dave Ramsey, which I'll show you in just a second. And then you'll see here again, they pointed out, we specialize in delinquent and defaulted private loans. So people who have defaulted or have delinquent student loans. So you're already in a negative space if you defaulted. You're already in a negative space if your loans are delinquent. And what they claim to do is that they're going to help you fix that default, that delinquency. Guys, this is a scam. If they're really trying to help you, why is it that they have to wait until you have already defaulted or you're already behind to come in and help? So essentially, once you fall into that situation, they lend out their arm and say, we're here to help you. Now, why is that important? These TPU USA events, a lot of them happen on college campuses, right? So essentially, you have this company that is connected to Turning Point USA. Turning Point USA is hosting these events on student campuses. They're also promoting Wire Free. I'll show you that in just a second. You have an entire base of students right in front of you, a part of this organization that's supposed to be a conservative movement, also to support the conservative candidates in this country. But these kids are being used as pawns. Let's go deeper into this. This is a big problem, guys. I don't think people realize, put this up here, just how crazy this is. Let's look at when YRFE was founded. It was founded in 2017. How convenient, right? It just so happens that this company starts during Trump's first administration and after Turning Point USA was getting off the ground, because Charlie Kirk started it back in 2012. So this company is founded in 2017 after Donald Trump won. How convenient. It goes on to say they specialize in refinancing, which, by the way, guys, I do not believe in at all. Distressed and defaulted private student loans. Some of these private student loans can be from companies like Sallie Mae. This is interesting because one of the things that Charlie Kirk said is he did not approve of what Sallie Mae was doing. Sallie Mae is also very predatory. So you go from defaulting with Sallie Mae to defaulting to moving over to a predatory company like these guys because they make money off of this. Let's go to the next part here. It looks like on Reddit, people were questioning it as well. What is the actual catch with Y Rafie loans? I've seen Y Rafie mentioned a few times in the sub, but I haven't found many straight shot answers from people who have actually used them. Listen to some of the responses here. They make you default, and then they negotiate a lower rate of payment to the original company, then turn around and charge you more than that. And that's how they make money. Does everybody get it now? That's how they make money. So you actually end up paying more. That's why I said it's a scam. Exactly. They settle the loans for significantly less than what is owed, and then issue you a new loan for what the whole balance was and call it refinance. And they are preying on these kids. Now let's look into this company a little bit more before we get to the Charlie Kirk and the Brandon Tatum part. Let's go into the organizational chart here. Again, shout out to my source who sent me this information. You guys need to see this. So if we look at the diagram here, company, people, and vendors for Y Rafie ownership and offering map, you will see that the member that's listed is a guy named Donald Fenstermaker. He's also listed as a manager along with Lane Schoenberger. Those names are important. Don't forget them. We'll come back to them in just a second. You can see it here under member relationship, managers, Don Fenstermaker, Lane Schoenberger. Look at where it's located. Y Rafie is located in, ding, 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 Arizona. The same as TP USA. How convenient. If you go on and see here, Y Rafie SLP4 LLC, DE, Arizona, foreign, again, managers, Donald Fenstermaker and Lane Schoenberger. Eric, let's go to part 2 of Type VNC, please. Now I need to show you who these people are and how this is all connected. Let me pull this up here. Eric, can we go to the next part? Eric or Corey? Which one of you is? Okay, thank you. Let's show you this part. So let's look at Don first. Don Fenstermaker. This is his LinkedIn. He's the CEO of Y Rafie LLC, right there, out in the open. Look, he's the CEO of the largest privately held student loan company, originating $7 billion in federal and private student loans. This guy is important. Hold on to him. The other one is Lane Schoenberger. He's a piece of work. I'll get to that in just a second. He's another one. If you look at his page here,